go. Right. Okay, thanks. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen. I'm calling the meeting to order. It's Tuesday, March 1st, 6 p.m. And I'd like to just read this brief notice into the record for this evening. This is to formally advise, as required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency and signed into law on June 16th, 2021, the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the hearing room at Yarmouth Town Hall. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via the alternative means, the public access provisions that are identified in our agenda and on our website. I want to note that Selectman Peter Q. Smith is joining us by remote. And without any further ado, I would like to ask you all to join the board in a pledge of allegiance. Thank you. Our first item of business is a recognition of a Yarmouth longtime town employee, Mr. Thomas Egan. I'm going to invite Jeff Colby, the Director of Public Works, to the podium.
Yes, thank you very much, Jeff Colby. I'd like to invite Tom and his wife up, if you could come forward, please. Tom is here with his wife. Tom is recently retired, but one of our building and grounds craftsmen in the Parks Division. Has done a great job for over 28 years. And so I really appreciate the board allowing us to honor Tom on this occasion. I should also know he comes from a public service oriented family. Hey, you can stand over here. Public service oriented family. I believe his wife drives the school bus. And so they have a great service and long service to the community. So I'm really happy to see them. Sad to see him go, but happy for the next chapter of his life. Very experienced carpenter in our department. Has built beach booths, those gate shacks that you see at the beaches. Done many repairs and reshingles of roofs. Rebuilt and repaired marina floats on a yearly basis. In fact, we had a big push this year because of some damage at Bass Hole floats, and Tom was instrumental in that. His knowledge will certainly be missed, but we wish him well as he continues in this next step in his life. A lot of mowing has gone in to his career, and the grooming of this building and many others are a huge tribute to Tom. So with that said, I just want to thank him, and I'm sure the board does, for his extensive service, and we really appreciate that. Thanks, Jeff.
That's wonderful. Don't go away, Tom. Don't go away. Don't go away. You have to stay there. There's more to this. All right. On behalf of the board, I'm going to invite if board members would like to speak, but I'd just like to say thank you on behalf of the entire board and to the town, from the town of Yarmouth. Your service is highly regarded. We're going to miss you, and we wish you nothing but the best. So I'm going to let other board members speak if they'd like to. Yes, Mr. Horgan.
It's so nice not to be wearing a mask. I got a chance to talk to you earlier, but you know, guys like you're the backbone of this town. You come in and day out, and you do the job. You seem to have fun doing it. You really just make us very proud. And as board members, we try everything we can do to support people like you, our staff, because you do such a great job for this town. And you don't get enough recognition for that. So to you, his wife, who's put up with us for all of this time, thank you. And you need to get out, because he's going to be home now, and he's going to It'll drive you crazy. But Tom, thank you so much. I'm very, very pleased for you.
That's great. Thank you. Anybody else?
I share the sentiments of Mr. Horgan. 28 years is a lot of years of service, and frequently the kind of work that you do doesn't get the attention that others get with more access to the media and so forth. But it, as Mark said, and I think as Mr. Horgan has indicated, it's workers like you that are the backbone of the town. So your service is greatly appreciated, and we leave you with much gratitude.
That's great. Selectman Post?
Well, I'm just going to add to my thanks of your many years. I know Mark said it, but on behalf of the residents, it's extremely important. I know you've raised your family here. My son got to play hockey with your son, and so we get to see each other, but it's been years and we don't get to really know all the staff, but they come across us here and there, and they're very immersed in our community, and we're very, very grateful for that, and we're grateful for all that you've done for the town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm gonna, we have by remote Selectman Smith. Selectman Smith, would you care to say a few words? Can you hear me?
Looks like you might, oh, there he is.
He's muted.
Okay, you're muted, Selectman Smith. We're gonna have to unmute you somehow. You're still muted.
Looks like he's frozen as well.
He's frozen. You've been frozen and muted. Wow.
Can you hear me?
There you are. We can hear somebody. Peter, is that you? No, he's still frozen.
Frozen in time.
Yeah, but I think if he could speak, he would add to the kudos that you're getting tonight. Peter, are you there? Can we hear you now? You're still you're not frozen, but now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Egan, thank you very much. My screen keeps coming up and saying that my internet connection is unstable, and it just blinked out again. So I apologize for that.
It's not the connection.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you. He's gone again. All right, well, I think we all know what he was thinking. So on behalf of Selectman Smith, thank you as well. What I have here is, this is an official citation on behalf of the board. I'd like you and your wife to come up front. We're all, as a board, we're going to come out and join you and make an official presentation. All right? And Bob, you got to get your camera.
Absolutely. Oh, you want to use this? I don't know. It's Apple. So.
Okay, so you guys join me over here. Okay. So let me read this to you. It says, let it be known that the town of Yarmouth hereby recognizes Thomas Egan on his retirement as building and grounds craftsman, effective, that's okay. That's okay. Effective February 18th, 2022. For your dedicated service to the town of Yarmouth. And be it further known that the town of Yarmouth extends its sincerest thanks and appreciation for your total 28 years of tireless service in the Department of Public Works and on behalf of the people of Yarmouth. So this is signed by me, but it's signed on behalf of the entire board. We all wish you nothing but the best. So here you go. Congratulations. Thank you again.
That's great. We get a little video on that one too.
All right, I'll email it to you.
No. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
But you know what? That actually could be good.
What's up?
It is. All right. The next item on the agenda is public comments. So I'm going to ask, yes, by all means. You can go right up, go to the podium.
Hi, I'm Irene Payne from Yarmouth Port. And several of your voters have submitted a petition to the town clerk asking that a non-binding resolution be added to the May ballot. It's a yes or no question. And I know there's questions about timing. So that being said, I know the board has already sent a letter as recommended by the APCC, and this is a resolution about Holtec and their hopes and plans and dreams to dump radioactive water into Cape Cod Bay. As we know, they have promised not to do it in 2022. However, we also know that the NRC can give them permission at any time. So I think we need to keep the pressure on. And although we in Yarmouth have had the Board of Selectmen send out the trumpet call, no way radioactive water ever in Cape Cod Bay, I think we have to keep on sounding that. You know, the right whales are already there this year, and that's a bit early. So not too many people in the town are aware that the letter has been sent out yet, and I'm really sad that we no longer have a newspaper. But by adding a resolution to the town ballot, the voters are both educated and they have a chance to have a voice to say, yeah, please, let's keep the pressure up and keep the town officials communicating with the state about, you know, the real necessity to make sure in our watch, we don't let any radioactive water be dumped into the bay. And they're talking about 1 million gallons. So it's not like a little dribble. So that has been submitted. The clerk has certified the votes. I have a copy of it here. And also a little copy of a newspaper article that just came out about Sandwich doing the same thing. And most towns have sent out the letter that the APCC recommended, but they're also considering adding it to their town ballot. And that's all I have to say. I know you can't discuss it, open meeting law. So
Correct.
who would I give this to?
To the town administrator.
Okay.
He'll be your principal point of contact.
Thank you. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak, seek recognition? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Greg Bilazikian from 173 Route 6A in Yarmouth Port. Last night, we had a meeting of the Yarmouth Port business community. They came together to talk about the safety, parking, sidewalks in the community. We'd like the selectmen to advocate on behalf of the Village of Yarmouth Port for a public hearing to facilitate open dialogue on the issues with the area. Currently, unilateral measures being taken to address these concerns are not customer or tourist friendly or community minded. The Yarmouth police are ticketing on the whole south side of the street. There are no signs saying no parking in the area. Customers in the business of the village receive parking tickets and there's no visual signs for them to follow. I've personally paid the funds to the customers who have gotten tickets. The current sign recommendation by the sign committee is not open for public discussion and negatively impacts my business as well as other businesses. The communication from the town planner encloses the packet that I sent each of you earlier this last week that no parking signs in the vicinity of 165 to 173 Route 6A on the south side would be put up. These signs will tell customers not to park. They will pass by my business, and for those who have dropped by impulse customers will have a negative impact on sales. One building in that zone has no parking at all. What are they to do? The packets that I had sent out show cars parked along 6A and the village throughout the history of the town. I have having no parking on Route 6A will increase the speed through the village. There'll be nothing to encumber drivers as they reduce their speeds in that section of the village. Yarmouth Police has pointed out that the speed is supposed to be 30 miles an hour. It currently is marked 30 miles eastbound and 35 miles westbound. The Cape Cod Commission report states that the village parking passing speed by Minden Lane is 35 to 36 miles an hour with an average crash of 5 per year from 2012. That's from the bank buildings to Summer Street. Walkable sidewalks are a problem on both sides of the road. Overground trees and shrubberies inconsistent widths, heights, in states of repairs. Homeowners are putting up cones and signage to serve their own purposes. Cleaning up and addressing the current sidewalk may be more affordable than a full redevelopment plan or a parking prohibition. As a neighborhood, we all see the benefits of change. We would like to have equal say in the process. A few community members who are calling the police or the town, state DOT, or Yarmouth DPW to complain about their singular points of view and not working to satisfy the needs of the village collaboratively. We ask that the knee-jerk plan to sign stop and a comprehensive review of the zone business district be reviewed with input from all concerned parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Laurel Galvin. I live at 165 Main Street. I also own the business Northside Nursery School. I have 22 children there every day. They park in the Jack's out back parking lot. Getting in and out of that driveway is dangerous. It's not safe. Even sometimes getting out of my own driveway is difficult. There's a safety issue. I also walk the children down 6A, and believe me, on a rope, 22 kids. There are 4 teachers. And sometimes we've come across cars parked there, and I've had to ask, get out in the middle of the traffic to stop the cars so that we can walk on that sidewalk. And we walk on the sidewalk, which is across the street from me. I could never figure out north and south. Okay. But so it's just a safety issue. And I want to be part of the process that comes to some sort of solution for all the communities and for all the people and for my business as well as the other businesses in the town. So I hope that, whatever you're thinking about doing, that we are part of that solution and part of that process. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak? Mr. Nicanello. We have some folks on the Zoom, and we'll get to you folks shortly. Mr. Nicanello.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Forrest. Chairman Forrest, Tom Nicanello from the very historic town of Yarmouth and the wonderful village of Bass River. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that came out for the Chamber of Commerce's Winter Carnival. We had an outstanding time, and to all the volunteers, thank you very much. We had about 2,500 people come and enjoy the wonderful synthetic ice that the Recreation Department now owns. And it was such a treat. And it was a great weather weekend for February. As you know, we're into March and we have 19 days till spring. So we're over the hump and we're looking forward to a nice spring. But the Winter Carnival was a great success. And I think everyone had a great time. So thank you all so much. Also, as you know, this Saturday, we have a little event going on. And I just want to remind everybody that it's the 17th annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. And Grand Marshal is Billy J. Farrell, which is the new commander of the USS Constitution. And the entourage will be dressed in the 1700 series uniforms. So we have a connection with the US Constitution here on Cape Cod, if some people may not know. But there's a gentleman buried over in West Barnstable Cemetery, Mad Jack Persevere, I believe his name is. And he was a commander of the USS Constitution in the 1800s, and he's the only commander that drove that ship around the world 52,000 miles. So, here on Cape Cod, we have a great maritime for years and years and years. And I would be frankly disappointed if we didn't have a captain of the US Constitution in history. So with that, I'd just like to bring about, I see we have a little comment on the town seal tonight, a little historic. And reading the celebration of the 250th anniversary of Old Yarmouth, which was Yarmouth back then, it became New Yarmouth in 1794 when Dennis was incorporated. So we had a wonderful parade on that day. And as some of you may not know, the incorporation of Yarmouth is 1639, but the date is September 3rd. So that's when this celebration was was commenced. There was a parade going down Railroad Avenue onto Hallett Street, which is no longer there, I guess, onto 6A. And we had the governor, the lieutenant governor, and a lot of people come from Boston to witness the 250th anniversary. There's also a note saying that at the town meeting in February 11th of 1889, the township authorized through the Board of Selectmen $1,000 to contribute to that wonderful day. And it was very wonderful. Those people had a very hard life, as we all know. We sent a lot of people to war from Yarmouth and Dennis, and it was a great anniversary. And for those who will be around in 17 years, we'll be celebrating our 400th anniversary. So thank you all. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. And now I'd like to go to the Zoom. Bob, can you?
There are three hands up. The
Okay.
first one is Vita Morris.
Okay, let's go to Vita Morris first. If we can unmute her and bring her up. Ms. Morris, can you hear us? I think we need to unmute.
I just did.
Yep,
Can
we
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Good evening.
Okay, it's Vita Morris. I wanted to make some comments about, I think it's Article 29, the styrofoam, I guess, containers or something like that. I mean, in general, it's something that we need about as much as we need a hole in our collective head. And here we go again after the plastic bottle situation. But I do have a question which I hope you will address later on. It is now at least listed as a petitioned article, which was not the case in the first go around on the reading of the articles of the warrant. And but my question has to do with aren't the petitioners actually an entity of the town in some way, a committee or a subcommittee of the town? And isn't this doesn't that constitute a kind of an irregular situation? I mean, don't they have a procedure? Those entities don't have a procedure how to, get on the town warrant? And they have to go the route of the petitioned article. I hope you are going to clarify this, because I find that most peculiar. So that's that. I thought I had something else. Oh, yeah, well, the town seal, I hope you're going to continue having some of these readings of the warrant, because that's another one that needs to be addressed, but I'll leave it at that for today.
Thank you. The next individual to be recognized is who?
Richard Simon.
Mr. Simon. Can we bring Mr. Simon into our meeting? Is Mr. Simon with us? Is Mr. Simon unmuted? Mr. Simon, can you hear us? Hello? Mr. Simon, the floor is yours. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. So
Next person,
we'll go to the next person in line. Who's that?
that would be Tom Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan. Let's bring Mr. Sullivan up and see if we can figure out what the problem is with Mr. Simon. Mr. Sullivan, can you hear us? How are we doing?
Good evening. How are you this evening?
We're well. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, it was a little slow coming up. I have a couple of questions in regards to the petition article that was just submitted. One, what is the deadline for petition articles for the warrant? This will be for the town administrator. And two, the petitioners who did submit the article, have they filed as a ballot committee as required by state law?
Well, we can't engage in a discussion here, but we have your
It's for
question.
the town,
Yeah.
that's for the town manager. I think the town administrator could answer those.
Very quickly, I
Yep.
mean, there was a petition submitted for ballot question, which doesn't apply to the deadline for the town meeting warrant articles. And the deadline for a ballot question would be when the ballot is finalized, and that has to be 35 days prior to the election. And I really didn't catch the second question.
Ballot committee.
As required by state law, I'm not aware of any requirement of a ballot committee. The state law procedures are that the Board of Selectmen can receive a petition, and it still would require a vote of the Board of Selectmen.
Mhm.
I've learned one thing, it is required by state law. Persons who are pushing for a ballot on a general vote and all their expenditures, they must list the chairman and treasurer by law.
Okay, well, we don't have that information for tonight, but we'll get that.
I think that if that is not done at the town clerk's office, that petition might not be able to be accepted.
I understand. Is there anything else, Mr. Sullivan? Any other comments?
No, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else seeking recognition? Mr. Simon, is he still trying to connect with the town of Yarmouth?
He's no longer in.
He's no longer there. Okay. Well, we gave it every shot. Is there anybody else in the audience? Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rebecca Panabianco. I'm at 7 Minden Lane in Yarmouthport. And I was present at the meeting last night of some of the business owners in the Village District. And I just want to echo the concerns that were raised last night, mostly to do with the speed of people going through the business district there in the village, and the safety of those pedestrians and the folks that live there. Obviously, we want to come to a resolution that makes all of the folks around there happy and doesn't adversely impact the businesses of the village, which are really flourishing, and we're happy with the folks that are there, and we want to continue to support the businesses there in the safest manner possible. So hopefully we can have something on a future meeting where we can raise these issues. So that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that's seeking to speak during public comment?
I think Mr. Murphy had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Murphy, by all means.
Good evening. I just wanted to give you a brief update on the COVID issue. It's really dropped off dramatically. It's a very short presentation, going to be very brief, not anything that we've done before. Thank you for letting me come up here to speak on that. Right now, there's only 6 active cases in town. That's how quick the numbers have dropped off dramatically. Saturday, we had no cases reported to us. Sunday, we had no cases reported to us. And then we had 6 on Monday. So there was 4 times this month we were down to 0 cases. So in all of last week before, we only had 16 cases. So it's dropping dramatically. You can see by the months how it's gone up to in January over 1,000, and then it just dropped right down in February to 157. So we're seeing the weeks dropping down by half each week. In the daily track record that we've been watching, you can just see how fast the Omicron 5th wave has dropped right off. We're down to 6 cases, as I mentioned from last week. So it's dropped off so dramatically from when it went up on a steady pace. So that's what we've been seeing. You're aware that the Board of Health has removed the mask mandate for public hearings. And right now it just has an advisory following the state advisory right now. If people have their own health concerns, that's what they should consider.
That's great.
We're still, positivity rate in town has dropped way down. We're at just over 5. We'll probably go under 5 this tomorrow when the results come out. Most towns on the Cape have lowered. Hospitalizations are down. Fully vaccinated, we're still right around at 78% fully vaccinated in town. That's where we've been about for the last couple of weeks. Booster shots, people with booster shots were about 45%. The test kits that we're passing out at town hall's been very well received in the town through Mary Wagon's program that town had purchased about 4,600 test kits, and they're being passed out at town hall and here Monday through Friday, and also at the senior center Monday through Friday. They're also available. If people are working late and can't make it during that time, they can call Mary and she'll schedule a time that's available for them. Or if somebody's not feeling well, they can call Mary and she'll leave it outside or something. We just don't want those people at here at the senior center. So that's going very well. We're working on giving them to the food pantry. We've worked with them. They've been brought over there to give out. Meals on Wheels have already received it. We're working with the Homebound. Hands of Hope have also received some also. So we're getting it out into the community. So that's the brief update right there. Thank you for very much coming in. I don't think that we'll probably have to come every week now that we're really low.
That's great. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Okay, seeing none. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Bass River Farmers Market plan for the coming year. So we're going to invite our Bass Rivers Farmers Market managers to come up. There you go, front and center. The whole table's yours.
Thank you. Good evening.
Just turn that mic towards you.
Now, okay.
Yeah, bring it a little bit closer to you. That way people at home can hear you as well.
All right. Good evening. As you know by now, I'm been in charge of the Bass River Farmers Market for 10 years. It is going very well. I don't know how many of you come down to visit us, but we're starting for 2022. We will start in June. We will finish in September.
I'm just going to ask you before you proceed, just your name for the record. I don't know if you identified yourself.
Probably not.
Yeah, but if you could, that would be great.
Colleen Vieira.
Thanks, Carleen.
You people have received the applications that we sent out. I'm sure if you have questions, I'd be very happy to try to answer them.
No, the floor is yours. Really, feel free to comment on what you're working on. Give us the highlights,
Okay.
and then we'll open it up to the board in case the board has any questions. But we'd love to know what the plans are this year.
Okay, what I usually do, what I've done every year, is that I start off and we put up around town with the approval of the town people. We put up the signs and so on. We also, along with Mark, because Mark allows me to put up the big signs, we put those up every year. We have the market. We're the only ones on the Cape that have the market on Thursday and on Saturday. We run from 9 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon. As far as vendors go, we do have, the farm, the vegetables, the fruit, the eggs, the herbs, and so on. And then we do have special projects such as the quick breads, the jams, the pickles, the sauces, etc., etc. And I have a list here that you can look at anytime you want to. Most of my vendors, one thing we do that is a little bit different from the other markets, and this is because 10 years ago, we had rather a
different time getting the market going from where it was. And I do have crafts also. We provide the tents, and we have 23 tents for people. As I said, we're open on Thursdays and Fridays. It's mandatory. If they do sign up, that they're there the days that they did sign up for. If you want to, why don't you just, if you will, please, just show this around so you can have any questions on that. Do you have any questions on the vendor applications?
Any board members have any questions?
I have questions, but not on the application.
Okay.
I guess when it comes to the fees, I
Okay.
do.
All right.
I can tell you the fees. We buy the tents. Needless to say, Bass River is a very difficult place to have tents. This year, we are changing our tents so that I'm not down there at 1, 2, 3 in the morning emptying out rain. Last year, we lost over 13 tents. We've lost them during the hurricane. We lost all our tents. So this year, we're buying, again, new tents, and hopefully that they will survive and they will be more expensive. That is why I went up on prices. Every vendor that is here, they pay about $20 per day, which is very, very good, actually. The other expenses are, as you know, we pay the Board of Health. If there are any particular vendors that, bring in pastry and so on, I run every single application through with Bruce Murphy as far as what we're selling and what we're showing. The price, as I said, is $20 a day. That's usually what it is. That also includes, I've been in the town for a while. So consequently, if I look around, none of us are getting any younger. So you all understand when I say that I do pay people to lug things. We provide the tents, but their tables are maybe this size. So consequently, I do have younger people that will do our lugging for our vendors, and I don't charge them. We pay out of this, what we take in. Okay. Also, the people that do the lawns and so on, they have been marvelous. The DPW, I can't tell you how great they are. They have to come in, they have to mow. When they come in to mow, we have to leave the tents up. Thus, there is a possibility that if there's a big storm and so on, we could have a problem. What else would you like to know about the prices?
Well, I'm more interested basically in the financials and whether or not you're an active nonprofit or, I went on the state website and I noticed that there hasn't been an annual filing. So I was just making sure that you're still an active nonprofit.
We are.
And you do your annual filings?
We do.
So you have financials to.
Yes, and most of the financials I have, the last 3 years, we have been in the red because of the weather and so on and so forth.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure as far as insurance goes that we were covered
We have insurance.
through the nonprofit.
Through the offer. In fact, it
don't
was
s-
rather interesting because someone gave me a check to give to Bruce Murphy, and I just happened to have the paper. And this is showing even they have insurance. So we're
And there's-
covered, and I have insurance and so on. We go through all that.
I'm just concerned because it's on town property. So I
Yes,
just
trust
want
me. No, we do. We have insurance. I do not keep it going for the year because it's too expensive. I have it for the 13 weeks, the insurance. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, do you know who's on your board now? Is it the same as
The
Ben?
one that I really appreciate the most is Matt Fitzsimmons.
Okay.
He's our lawyer and so on. Then there is Steve Arapoff. He helps me. He's with Holbrooks and he helps me with the tents and the trees and so on and so forth. And Lou is, excuse me, still with the board. Nancy Kavanaugh is no longer with us. She hasn't been well. Tom Howe, I have no idea what he is.
Okay.
And that's about ones I can remember. Other questions?
Well, let me do this. Are you done with your presentation? Because I'd just assume move along and ask the other board members if they have
No,
questions.
go right ahead.
Okay. Selectman Stone, do you have any questions or
No, I don't,
comments?
thank you.
Selectman Horgan, do you have any comments, questions?
I really don't know an awful lot about this. The proceeds, it's a nonprofit, so they stay within the corporation. The people who are vendors, are they Yarmouth people? Is the product coming from Yarmouth or is it all over the Cape?
They're all right. All products like as far as the vegetables and so on are all homegrown or on a farm wise. As far as the crafts and so on, yes, but they may come from Eastham.
Mhm.
I do have a farm that comes from, and they've been loyal for 10 years with me. They come from Cushnet, yeah, I think that's where it is. And but most of everything else is right on the Cape.
I'm ashamed to say that I have not been yet, and I will be this summer to see what's going on there. But thank you for the work. It seems to me like it's a wonderful attraction for our town.
It really is.
Yeah.
I think one of my biggest promoters is Bruce Murphy, and you know Bruce would not be promoting it if it wasn't. And we have, after the children get out of school, we easily do 300 to 400 to 500 people. And they're lined up that come there. So it's interesting. It really is. And as I said, the DPW have been great. They really have been very, very good. In fact, everybody's been more than cooperative on this venture.
Thank you.
It's great. Selectman Smith, joining us by remote. You have any questions at all?
No questions. I think the market is a great addition to the town of Yarmouth.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either. I go there on a regular basis. I think it's wonderful. And
Did I see you? Because you.
I travel anonymously.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Yeah.
At the pastry table.
No, that cultural center, the library, it's a very nice collection of very interesting activities. So I visit there a lot. So thank you.
Okay.
So hearing none, any more questions, Tracy? Okay, well, thanks for coming and updating us. It's wonderful to hear from you.
I am going to do one other thing and have you pass out these because I could not get these into your packet. I'm sorry. Didn't have time.
That's okay.
Hopefully I'll see the rest of you.
Soon enough. You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay.
Charlene.
And the board does still need a vote to approve.
We need a vote to do what?
Yes, to approve the market for this year, because it
Okay,
was on the agenda before, but we wanted to have the presentation.
very good.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is an update from the Substance Awareness Committee. And so welcome.
Thank you for having us. I know we do have a couple of slides to present, but I think in the meantime, we could introduce ourselves. So I'm Danny Rodriguez. I am one of the co-chairs for the Ysac and also the Director of Substance Use Disorder Services at Duffy Health Center. And have the privilege of being with this young lady here.
Thank you. And I'm the other co-chair. I'm Annie Catalano, and I serve as the civilian victim advocate at the Yarmouth Police Department.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you. So I think that we can begin. So again, we wanted to come in and present on some updates on the Ysac, given the fact that I think the last time that we were here was well before COVID struck. So we're happy to be back to be able to talk about what we've been doing since and with our most recent work. Not sure if you folks did receive our slides or if that's something that we.
No, we did. We received the slides in our packet, and for the public, they can get them online.
Right, wonderful.
And hopefully we'll have them on our screen shortly. But by all means, we can follow along. So
Wonderful.
if you wanted
Thank
to
you. I can
just continue on, go right ahead.
be a fast talker, so I just want to make sure here. First thing is that obviously the COVID pandemic truly did impact the work that we were doing as a committee for Ysac. When the pandemic struck, it put a pause to the work that we were doing. And for the better part, meetings were not happening until approximately March of 2020. At that point in time, the kind of old group of folks that were attending previously kind of banded together and made the decision that it was time to kind of get back on track and to bring the Ysac back in. And at that point in time, we did take a look at the overall structure of the Ysac with regard to the mission statement, which was not changed, but looking at the bylaws and some of the expectations, which were also not significantly changed, but really trying to look at with some of the outcomes of the COVID pandemic, what are we trying to accomplish here with the work that we're doing in Yarmouth, and what is why, as a group, as the Ysac, what can we do to make a significant change, obviously, to the landscape here in Yarmouth when it comes to substance use disorder. So we resumed meeting once a month. Again, at that point in time, Annie and I were able to come in after votes to become co-chairs. And what we started to do was to take a look at our data, figure out what we wanted to integrate in. Previously, we had just been looking at overdose data, and we wanted to include data related to alcohol use disorder as well. And the final piece that we wanted to do was also to infuse new membership into the Ysac to really try to bring in a much more robust group of individuals that could represent the community. One of the slides that we have is just kind of our current membership. At this point in time, we have a fairly good group of individuals that span a variety of different community partners, treatment providers, as well as liaisons. We do have a couple of open membership slots at this point in time. Those include a representative for our local OTP or the methadone clinic, which we are working to get someone to join us. There was just a transition in staffing there. We are still looking to get a representative from the school system, the Chamber of Commerce, someone from the medical community. And ultimately, we would also love to have a voice from a student to be able to bring in a true youth perspective into the work that we're doing in Yarmouth.
So the next slide shows, I'm not going to kind of read it to you, you can see it, just some graphic data of overdoses and alcohol use over the past several years, and just sort of seeing the trends that are happening in the community. We're happy to see that there's most of all these numbers have gone down over time. Certainly, understandably, with the pandemic, there's been a little bit of a spike in some of these numbers, but just to kind of have a visual of what it has looked like over the last couple of years. And then last year, in December of 2020, we had applied for and received a SAPC grant from the county to be able to use the money for education and prevention with the youth around alcohol use and overdose and addiction in general. So the project that we created was for art to be created by students. The struggle that we hit was because of the pandemic, we weren't able to come in and talk to the high school students and the art students and to get them sort of excited about the idea and on board. So we did the best we could. We worked with Behavioral Health Innovators as well as the Cultural Center of Cape Cod. And we did host an in-person gallery in May. We had two wonderful students who you have pictures of them next to their beautiful pieces of artwork. We were unbelievably impressed with the work of these young art students. And I was there the day that we were setting up the art project, and just being able to have conversations with them about their own personal experience and how this had very much impacted, very much impacted their own personal lives was really just unbelievable. And we obviously hope to have more students there, but the two that we had were just so inspiring, listening to their stories and how this project impacted their lives. Okay, so Overdose Awareness, International Overdose Awareness Day is on August 31st. And we actually have somebody here that would maybe like to talk about her event from that day.
I don't know if I can.
Okay. No?
Would you like me to speak? All right. So I'll speak on Miss Dawn's behalf. So Dawn Roach, who is also a member of the Ysac, an incredible member at that, is someone who has lived experience with a family member, her son, who passed from an opioid overdose. And since that time has worked diligently to create an awareness event and truly a space for other family and loved ones to come to be able to celebrate and grieve the loss of their loved one on International Overdose Day. Dawn has been doing this event independently up to this year, whereas part of her membership in Ysac, we wanted to support her as Ysac in really creating a much larger and hopefully I don't know how to say it. It's already an incredible event. I don't think there's many words to add to that, but we wanted to be a support for it. So with that, what we thought we could add to the mix was to pair our strengths as a team, which was bringing in community partners, treatment affiliates, and others who are doing this work and advocacy and support for residents and other community members. And kind of, again, tacking that onto the incredible space that Dawn had already created for the families and loved ones. And ultimately, as you can see from the slide, there were over 100 individuals that came to Smugglers Beach on that day. And it was an incredible event. So just to get a sense, the Ysac had a table. As you can see from the top left photo, many individuals brought pictures of their angels, folks that they had lost, and came up and spoke very openly and freely about their experiences, again, to celebrate the lives of the family members that they lost. So Dawn, thank you for allowing us to support you with that as well.
Thank you for your support.
Yep.
And thank you for being here. Always. Okay, so in the month of September's Recovery Month, we wanted to do some events, and again, struggles with being in person around all the COVID times. So we decided to do a training series that were virtual, so people could join virtually and watch the series, and as well as they, in the publicity we put out, they could contact us and let us know if they wanted to watch it afterwards. They were recorded if they couldn't make the dates that we'd put together. So we did a series of 4 different trainings. Danny presented on substance use disorder 101 in special populations. I did a presentation on the intersection of substance use disorder and intimate partner violence. Kate, who works for the county as part of our group, she did overdose education and harm reduction training. And Jeremy and Sarah, who worked with Danny at Duffy, talked about treatment programs and peer support. So those were, we felt, the most important topics. We had a lot of discussion in our group about what do we think people want to know and how do they want to get this information. And so that was what we came up with.
As we kind of spanned the year, we were looking at all opportunities really to engage with the community, and what is a better opportunity than interacting with children and families. So one of the members on Ysac is also pastor at the First Congregational Church of Yarmouth, and had invited us to also attend and to be able to, in this really wonderful event, kind of infuse access to harm reduction resources and access to treatment for folks who may be kind of passing through. So as a Ysac membership, we had volunteers who attended the trunk or treat event, truly there, number one, to have fun, hand out candy, see the costumes, see the kids, but also to overtly and non-overtly kind of create access points for folks if they wanted to kind of pull aside or have a moment to grab a box of Narcan or to just speak with someone who was wearing a Duffy badge, or at that point also the Yarmouth Comprehensive Treatment Center had a vehicle there as well that they were providing. So we did have some individuals who accessed picking up Narcan at that event, and also did ask some questions about treatment opportunities at this, again, family event at the First Congregational Church. And as always, you can't get enough kids and stuff. So here are some photos from the event itself. And this is when they were setting up. By the end of it, there were 1,001 kids, mine included. And it was a lovely Yarmouth event to attend. What I'd also like to speak on in my role as the Director of Substance Use Disorder Services at Duffy is our ongoing partnership with the town of Yarmouth around the RSN grant, or the Recovery Support Navigator. This is something that we've been obviously a part with you folks in Yarmouth for many years at this point. And the kind of background up to this date is that we have been providing a recovery support navigator, again, someone with lived experience who is able to and understands how to navigate the care continuum and treatment landscape. We offer 20 hours of contracted services to the town of Yarmouth, where this RSN Melissa Payne, who is actually the supervisor for our RSN team, works directly with Annie in her role at the Yarmouth Police Department to receive referrals for some of the most acute and high risk Yarmouth residents, as well as creating an access point for any and all Yarmouth residents who may want to speak to someone who can support them and guide them through the care continuum. And looking at our outcomes for the last fiscal year, we did receive 182 referrals through the partnership with the Yarmouth Police Department. Again, the majority of those being individuals who identified as male, most, the median age around the 40s. 48 of those individuals did want to engage with the RSN in some capacity. 41 of those 48 actually received referrals to care. So those included detox placements, as you can see, 15 individuals, referrals to MAT or access to buprenorphine, Suboxone, et cetera, referrals to outpatient therapy, individual counseling. We were able to place at least one individual in long-term recovery housing, which is always exciting. And also referral to other supports such as mass hire to look at ways in which they can obviously become more solidified in their recovery pathway through job opportunities and et cetera. And the other thing that we continue to see as an ongoing comorbidities, the mental health related diagnoses for the folks that we serve. We've seen that through COVID, that has only gotten worse. And that's something that we consistently talk about in Ysac as well, as kind of that intersectionality. So as part of our work, we're also looking at how do we create treatment access for folks that are struggling with significant mental health issues as well.
And some of our upcoming plans for Ysac in the next year or so. We're currently working on updating the town website and the website that we have so people can get more access to our information. We're working on creating some social media pages, starting with Facebook. We're going to create a logo and do some branding with the committee just to have potentially some more materials that we can hand out at events as those start to hopefully open up again. And just looking at, we really would like to have a consistent resource night. You might have heard of other towns, Mashpee's known for theirs, having one night a week where people can come and get resources and information. And we're hoping to get that together again with the places opening up and people being more comfortable being in person. We would rather not do it virtually at this point. We'd like to be able to do it in person. So that's our next big event that we're trying to work on in the near future. And then I also just wanted to share a little bit about White Ribbon Day as one of the from the Yarmouth Police Department. I am the person who's put that together, as well as the District Attorney's Office in Independence House. And it is a international campaign where we ask men to stand up in the community against violence against women and gender-based violence. And today was the launch of that campaign. We had a coffee with the Chief Life Facebook this morning with Chief Fredrickson, talking with a few different people in the community about what they can do. And then this Thursday, there's a first responders panel on Zoom with different first responders around the Cape. We also have a faith panel and an education panel geared towards youth, but any educators. So that information is something I can send out to you guys on email. It's also on our Facebook page and a few other places if you'd like to know more about that.
Please do. Please send that along to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I will just add to what Annie shared. This is an event that we've discussed pretty openly at Ysac, given the fact that, as we had said in our presentation series, the intersectionality between substance use and intimate partner violence. So this is something that as Ysac we are supporting as well, is getting this messaging out for White Ribbon Day.
Yeah, thank you. And in the past, we had done, before 2020, we had done in-person events. So we went virtual last year as well as this year. But a lot of Ysac members have been very integral in being supportive of our event and getting it out there and participating when it was in person. So thank you.
That's great. I'm assuming that concludes your,
Concludes
That's
the
it. Do you have
presentation.
any questions?
thank you. I'm going to start at this end of the board and we'll go this way with Selectman Horgan. I see Mr. Murphy going to the podium. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just briefly just wanted to add a couple things. I also serve on the committee as a past chair, and I'm the treasurer also for the grant money that comes through the county. We appreciate that we're on the programs. And just wanted to mention, we have a couple other board committee members here. I don't know if you could see them, Lisa Donahue and Ann Greenlee, past chairperson for a number of years are here. I just want to just say at the end, the town will be receiving part of the opioid settlement in Massachusetts. And we'll be working with the town administrator and setting up a team approach and working with the Ysac committee and probably looking at possibly expanding the recovery navigator and a couple other programs that we'll be looking forward to go in town. And you'll be hearing more about that in the future.
That's great. Thank you, Bruce. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why this gathering and briefing is important is because in looking ahead with the settlement funds coming to Yarmouth, we obviously need your input, your thoughts, your words of wisdom in terms of how best to use those funds. So I'm going to start with the Selectman Horgan and then, like I said, work the other way.
I am so grateful that you're here tonight. I didn't know a lot about your committee, and I know raising my own children, the sad reality is that they've lost an awful lot of their classmates, and I knew Trevor. And so I'm glad to see that this is finally coming out of the shadows and that we're dealing with this as a community in the light. So what you're doing is extremely important work, and there's a lot left to be done. I'm very happy to hear that you're going to work on the website, the trainings even. I'd love to see those available possibly on the town website, or at least a link from our website to the trainings. One question I have is, from what I understand, there's a lot of resources that are available to perhaps the individual that's struggling with addiction. Are there resources that are available for the family that are dealing with the addict?
Yeah. All right.
I don't even know where to start. I do reach out. So I also am on a board out of Mashpee. It's called Parents Supporting Parents. And it's a group of parents who have all come together to support each other in dealing with their loved ones. In the last 6 years, so the group has been together for 10 years. In the last 6 years, we've lost 28 children in our group. So yes, we support that way. I'm also a co-facilitator for the Learn to Cope, which is out of the Yarmouth Police Station. Unfortunately, we're not meeting live. I'm along with Lisa, she's the other co-facilitator. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we're not meeting live in person. It's via Zoom. So there's plenty of resources out there. We will link all of that also to the Yarmouth Substance Awareness page. And I also am a grief supporter too. So I have grief resources also for those people who have lost. So
The number that you mentioned, is that a CAPE number? Or
those are CAPE children, yes.
okay. I work at the courthouse, so
yeah,
we hear of somebody at least biweekly who's passed away. It's devastating. And unfortunately with COVID, it kind of got lost a little bit in the shuffle, but it's still something that's underneath and something that's still affecting our families daily. So I'm very, very pleased to hear about your committee and the work that you're doing. I think it's important to come out like tonight and help us get the word out to our families in Yarmouth, at least, that these resources exist and that it's important that people reach out and take advantage of them, families and individuals. I'm very pleased that Duffy is a part of this process. You guys are the leaders on the Cape in terms of dealing with this type of addiction scourge that we've been dealing with. Curious, are you getting into the school systems at all?
So this is where I get excited. So the answer is yes. Duffy Health Center, we've had a program called the Alternative Peer Group, which has been a partnership with Behavioral Health Innovators, which we spoke to a little bit earlier around the SAPC grant. So our Alternative Peer Group is a 2-night-a-week program with a therapist a recovery coach, a peer mentor, and a family therapist. That is 6 months long and provides some pretty intensive recovery-based and peer support for adolescents ages 12 to 17 who may be struggling with substance use. We just received some additional SAMHSA funding to expand upon that, and now we're going to be operating out of 2 sites on Cape Cod, one in Harwich and one out of Falmouth. So we would love for anyone within the town of Yarmouth who may have a loved one who may be struggling to be able to partake in that. And as part of that, we have been doing a lot of work, from a Duffy perspective, to get into school systems, to get the messaging across. And prior to COVID, as Annie was sharing, we had done a lot of in-services from a Ysac perspective to talk about substance use risk factors and really destigmatizing, the conversations around substance use in adolescence. So we're hopeful that as knock on wood, the COVID world starts to taper off here, that we'll be provided opportunities again as a committee to be able to participate in those discussions again.
I love what you're doing. Please consider me a resource. It's just too important not to get involved. And to lose people like Trevor is just unforgivable. And as a community, we have a responsibility to all of you. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Selectman Stone.
This is a multifaceted topic for sure, if there ever was one. So I'll try to be selective. First, I want to thank and congratulate you for the very, very important work that you're doing. I've had experience with young people that I've lost that were very close to me, kids that you would never expect to have that ending, college educated, beautiful young women, professional people. I've had professional clients that I've dealt with who were addicted. I had one client when cocaine was the rage, who used to say to me when I would talk to him about this on criminal issues, use is not abuse. They found him dead in a motel room in another state from overdosing. He was like in his 40s. Professional guy, very accomplished. So you talk about destigmatization. There's also getting rid of the mythology that people who use drugs are somehow lower class people or uneducated people or whatever, because that's just simply not the case. And most of these people that I know come from really nice homes whose parents are really good friends. And then alcohol gets overshadowed a little bit with drugs, but there's a lot of impaired people because of alcohol, an equal or greater number perhaps. My best friend in high school died of cirrhosis when he was 38 years old. He's a great athlete. And the ultimate question in my mind always is why? How does it start? And so you're dealing with treating these people and treating these families and consoling families that have lost young people. And at the same time, you're trying to do prevention work. It's just like this thing with the cigarette scourge when they had the big campaign against smoking. You're dealing with cancer patients, people with lung disease. At the same time, you're trying to stop kids from starting to smoke. And I would imagine that that's the challenge here too. You mentioned, and I just got it's kind of a disjointed response on my part, but you mentioned the student representative. I think that's important. I went to a seminar years ago. It was at Mattokees Middle School where there was an emergency room doctor. And there was somebody representative of the police department and they had a student from Barnstable High School. And the kid neither drank nor smoked it. He was a senior, so it kind of put him, I guess, in a selective group. And one of the things that was impressive was hearing him tell his fellow students why he didn't go that way. And not feeling out of place or intimidated or just talking about the choices he made and why he made them. And I think when kids hear it from a peer, it has a special level of importance and a special impact. And so if you could, just briefly, one of the things that the issues that I'm interested in is, I suppose, the ultimate why question. How does it begin? And how do you stop? What's the best, most effective way to engage in deterrence? If you could comment on that.
So again, I can be very talkative. So Annie, I don't know, or if anyone else would like to respond, and then I have thoughts.
Sure, that's definitely a loaded question, but thank you for it.
It's a loaded topic.
I would say that, so from my perspective in the work that I do around intimate partner violence, the way that I see it affecting the people that I have worked with for a long period of time is they've experienced some sort of trauma, whether it be physical abuse, sexual abuse, trafficking, all kinds of trauma. And people can experience other kinds of trauma as well. PTSD, all those kinds of things. And what happens is people are experiencing extreme amounts of pain and they don't know how to deal with it. And all they want to do is stop the pain as fast and as easily as possible. So that's a very common way that the people that I come in contact with is how and why they started. And I don't think I'm going to do it once and this is going to be the rest of my life, right? They don't think that. Nobody thinks that. They think, what's the easiest way? Or somebody comes along and says, oh, I got an answer for you. This is going to be really quick and really easy and you're going to feel better. And you do feel better. And that's the problem. You feel better for a very short period of time. And then you sober up, you clean up, and then all that traumatic pain comes right back. And it starts to feel worse because you felt a little better for a little while. And so what can you get that's going to make it feel better again? So something stronger, something harder, something that's going to be more dangerous. And a lot of times that's where it starts, and it starts very quickly for people, especially if people have a history. They're genetically predisposed to substance use disorder. So they become addicted much faster than somebody that does not have that in their system. So that's one of the most common ways that I interact with that.
And if I could add to what Annie shared, first I would say if Mr. Stone or anyone else, if you'd like to have a cup of coffee to spend all day talking about this, I would be more than happy to do so, because I think that this is a very lengthy conversation. And I think what makes it even more complicated is, for me, Cape Cod provides its own unique set of challenges and honestly reasons for the why, right? You know, we're a seasonal community in many ways. You know, we have, I think there's a lot of isolation. There's a lot of hard labor there. We could go on and on and on. There's lack of care, lack of treatment, lack of care, you know, the continuum. And as someone who grew up in Falmouth and escaped for about 10 years off Cape, there's something about those bridges that y'all get scared of, that if you haven't left the Cape for a while, leaving and going just to Wareham can be really tough, which can limit access to a whole variety of resources that others may have access to in other communities. So again, the why could be an all-day question. I think the how is a little bit easier for me to answer. I think the how is talking about it first and foremost, right? You know, we need to have these discussions at a younger age. I think we need to start talking about prevention very early on. I always say this, I have a 5-year-old. Substance use disorders is a profound thing in my family system. I've been talking to my child about substance use disorders since she was 3 years old, right? Because she deserves to know, and it's something that lives in our family, and it's not something to shy away from, right? So the more our children know, the better. And what I also have to say is we need to become a recovery community on Cape Cod, rather than sending folks to treatment and then kind of putting them back into, you know, the systems and housing and placements that they were previously. I think we need to cultivate and welcome recovery into every single community here, obviously Yarmouth included, and to make that a fabric of what we do here on Cape Cod. And that's how we create sustained recovery and create open dialogue and change, as Annie was saying, generational substance use and addiction. So that's the not so easy how.
Short answer.
Short answer.
Are you familiar with Chris Herron and his work?
Sure am.
For those that don't know, and you can access a lot of this on YouTube. Chris was an NBA basketball player. who started getting involved with drugs, went down the skids, and was a very, fortunately, he recovered, and now he goes around giving lectures and so forth. But he wrote a book called Basketball Junkie, which is very, very interesting book. But how he started was very strange. I think the only negative that I'm aware of in his background, he said his father was a state representative, and he can't ever remember him without a drink in his hands. And then him and his friends used to drink and smoke weed in his basement. And this kid had it all. I mean, he really did. And he has spoken locally on the Cape. But the way he started, he had a basketball scholarship to Boston College. And one day he walked into a room, and this girl and this guy were in there, and they had lines of cocaine spread out on this dresser. And he said, whoa, on a basketball scholarship. And he turned to leave, and the girl said, what are you afraid of, Chris? It won't hurt you. And he came back, and he tried it. And like Annie said, he thought that, that was it. Just a one-shot deal, no problem. But he found out he really liked it, and he kept doing it. And then he got on heroin. And but that why question, I know it is inordinately complicated. And it's two young women I know that were professional people, beautiful, beautiful young ladies, highly educated. I can't think of that kind of trauma in their backgrounds. That's why that why question is always fascinating me. But I think you're right about talking to kids at a very young age about it is very important. And I think people got to get away from treating it as a taboo subject or an indelicate subject. It's a reality. It affects a lot of families, affects a lot of lives. And I think people have to encounter it in a very real way. But I'd like to talk to you further, but I know we have other board members that.
Thank you, Mike. Selectman Post.
Yeah, I like Mike could go on this subject. That's extremely important. And, a lot of the things you said, Mike, hit home for me. I know I've spoke to this board several times about having Dawn in previously. And, Dan, you spoke to the same thing because the way I became to know that Dawn even had an issue in her family, because at that time it wasn't very public, was at the Chris Herron event. And when he came here and after that event, she came up to me and I had known her as a very, respectable family. And I had no idea up until that day that what she was dealing with. And then you think of the strength that came from that. And, there's the taboo that has encompassed these families and the strength in the obituary that says, I have, and I would love for you to be able to share Trevor's story someday. I know it's still very, very hard for you, but when you read Trevor's obituary and you talk about the way he was raised, and he played Little League and Babe Ruth and All-Stars and Pop Warner football. These aren't, we often talk about the why and whether or not there's programs available for children to keep them, away from doing things like that. And it does just make you wonder. But at the end of your obituary says, if you have a loved one struggling with addiction, please don't hesitate to contact a local resource. So Dawn, from the very beginning, you've embraced that and made it your life in every possible way to try to help other families that are struggling. And I think that when we continue to talk about it in public, and so people don't think they're alone when they're struggling. But Mike's point is always a good one. Why? What can we do as a community different? That's what always drives me. What can we do to change it so somebody else doesn't have to go through the same thing. I also have a niece who's in recovery. I pick her brain all the time about why, what made you start, what's your story. She now also helps, other people. And, she's very, very lucky because it's a small percentage of people who are addicted to some of the worst methadone and heroin that actually make it. You probably know the statistic better. I'm sure maybe it's 15%, 10, 15%. It's not a great number. And then I've been on the other side where I've tried to connect resources to people who are in a situation. And it's extremely frustrating. And when somebody is at a point in time in their life where they're ready to accept that help, they aren't in the mental position to go through calling 15 places and finding out if there's a bed. And then, by that time they've moved on, they're frustrated. It's a process that somehow we need to make better. That's one thing I think that we really, really can do, because when they're ready for that moment, we have to be able to get them to whatever it is that they need to get that help. So that's something as a community. I know the last time we had the Substance Abuse Committee before us, we talked about Duffy helping with that connection. I'm just not sure if that's always available, if that's a 24-hour thing. One of the questions I had from your presentation was the 20 hours. Is there somebody 24 hours a day that can help somebody get into treatment? And then we have a logistical issue, we don't really have a lot of beds here on the Cape. So what are we doing anything? Is there anything we can do to change that? I think that these are really important things because, maybe we alone as Yarmouth can't do it, but, we as a county should be able to collectively work towards that. I think the county itself, I know you said the numbers had been decreasing, but over the COVID time, the numbers went way back up. So we have to have this on the front. It can't be put on the back burner. So obviously there's a lot to talk about, but my biggest thing is what can we do? I think education at a very early age, a very full encompassing curriculum from a very low grade all the way up that's age appropriate is extremely important. I'm not sure we have a curriculum that is comprehensive through all the grades. I think it's, when you look at the money the state spends on treatment, and then the money that the state spends on education and prevention, we're backwards. We are completely backwards. We need to stop that child from using the very first time, because once they're addicted, it's a lifelong ownership of that, and it's expensive, and not, I'm not trying to say that in a way that puts a dollar or value on somebody's life. It's extremely important. But if we can prevent that by curriculum and education, we should certainly be working to do that. So I know you get excited about the school piece. I feel like we have very fragmented pieces, but we don't have a comprehensive state program that every child learns at the same age all the way through. And we need to do that. And the question always is, what are other towns doing that we're not doing? Are we measuring the success of certain programs? Are there things that we should be trying? Is there budgetary things that, that we're still not addressing that we could do better? I would love to hear those answers, because I think that that's what we need to know. We need to know what our options are, what we're not trying, and what we can try.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So first and foremost, I just want to say, Ms. Posa, the first time I came in here, you made quite an impression on me. I think I had been working at Duffy for a whole 3 weeks.
Sorry.
No. It was a good thing. I think you had proposed the same question, which is an important one, which is, are we doing enough, right? And I just want to pause for a moment and kind of say, at least with the model that we currently have with the RSN, even though we are quote unquote contracted to provide 20 hours worth of services, And I'm speaking very openly about my team. My team are individuals with lived experience. They are the bread and butter of the folks that I have at Duffy Health Center. I love them with all of my heart, and they go above and beyond, and they know that recovery and relapse does not happen within a 9 to 5. So even though they are not on the clock, if someone is calling them, and I maybe shouldn't say this in a public format, but they have been picking up the phone and they will support. And I would say that I think in the work with Annie, that when a need comes up, it's pretty immediate, and yet there's a deficit. Right, we need to create better access. There are state hotlines like 211 and other resources that are available across Massachusetts to be able to support folks 24/7 with access to substance use care. But I think what you hitting the nail on the head here is it's not the walking alongside with you kind of piece of things. It's these are the areas, or these are the places that you can call. Here are the numbers, make those calls, go right ahead. The lovely part about this partnership that we have with you folks for the RSN contract is we are serving folks in walking along hand in hand with them, calling treatment centers, trying to find beds, right? Calling those 10, 15, 20 locations until we figure out where they can go. If there's not a bed that day, we're going to keep knocking on those doors until we figure something out, and we're going to create a safety plan until we got somewhere to go. There aren't enough treatment beds available, period. That is an issue that has happened. The other thing too, and you spoke to this, Ms. Post, is there aren't a lot of resources here on Cape, right? And then if we think about access to getting folks off Cape, we have put individuals in a Lyft ride and gotten them to a treatment center that have cost us $400 one way, right? So those are the barriers that folks have to struggle with day in and day out. So when the question is, what can we do, or what can the town of Yarmouth do differently or better? I think that being open to proposals and ideas that help to increase access to treatment opportunities, looking at in innovative ways to create or decrease barriers to engage in treatment, having options for when folks come back, right? Right now, the majority of recovery housing is not in this area, right? The reality is it's in the Falmouth area. So you have residents who come back to Cape Cod and they don't have a safe place to come back to their own community, right? So we need to look at that as an option as well. And ultimately, I would kind of tack on a final thing to say is really continuing to have the conversation about harm reduction, education, being able to support families with not just having a curriculum, but looking at recovery on the greater spectrum, rather than just abstinence, and figuring out how do you teach that and how do you make it a formal part of education, because it's not happening, like you said, and it needs to happen not just in this town, but across Massachusetts. So sorry for my soapbox, and Annie, you have
That's
to
okay.
add.
I'll just add really quickly. When you were asking about the programming that we've done in the schools, we did do evaluations after those programs, and overwhelmingly, they were very positive from both the students and the staff there. So what we have done, we felt has been good and effective. And we are really excited to get back in there whenever we can and do more.
Yeah, I know when Chris Herron did come, I think they were overwhelmed by the emotional response. When Mr. Jenks spoke to me after that, they had students that they had no idea that came forward, and they were not prepared for what happened. I'm sure there are other speakers, but that was several years ago now. So I don't know if that's something that we need to reconsider. It was that long ago? Wow. So maybe it's something we as a community need to consider doing again. I just do know that, I think the school has to, made it pretty clear that they had to be a little bit more prepared for that. Of course, I don't think your team wasn't in effect at that time. So, but I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board, but I think to some extent, if we can help support programs like that as a community, I think that I know I'm 100% behind it. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to go to Selectman Smith next.
I echo everything that the rest of the board has said. Hopefully you can hear me. It looks like my network may have gone down. Hopefully I'm still being heard. I see you're missing a bunch of members or potential members on your board. And if you can get with the town manager, we can probably help you get some advertisements on the town's website, and maybe we can help you get some additional board members. And the board members that you're looking for and the areas that they look for, I could see that it would really help you round out what your mission is, which is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I can add anything to the eloquent words expressed by my fellow board members on this topic. I can, for as long as I've been on this board has been deeply connected to this issue and this topic. And I think it's safe to say that we want you to ask us to do more. You know, I look at this settlement as an opportunity because they're most likely, now I'm not sure when these resources are going to become available, but I think there's an opportunity here for us to work together to see if we can we can do more and make more things happen. So I hope as we leave this discussion, you should know that you've got an open door with us. Anytime you feel a need, if you see an opportunity for us to do more and to play a more active role, we'll be there for you. And I think in the future, let's look at how we can put this money to really good use to really benefit people here in our community. So we'll be looking forward to seeing you again soon. And it'll be another one of these very memorable and heartfelt conversations, because this is a topic that, as you can tell from the discussion, is deeply connected to us, and we want to do more. So the door is open. We look forward to seeing you again with some ideas on how we can work together to make a real difference. So once again, thank you on behalf of the entire board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Kenny. Bye, honey.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the show cause hearing for the Loyal Order of the Moose, Yarmouth Lodge, number 2270. And I'm going to turn this portion of the meeting over to Selectman Stone, the chairman of our licensing board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Tommy.
You gentlemen want to identify yourselves for the record, please?
Ray Roy, the administrator of the Yarmouth Moose Lodge.
And Bill McNamara, president.
Okay.
And Sergeant Tom Hennessy from the Yarmouth Police Department.
Okay. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'll read the legal notice into the record. Then I will swear the witnesses. And then with Sergeant Hennessy, I'll go through the report. We'll see what's agreed to, what's not agreed to. And we'll have a hearing on what's not agreed to. I think the facts are gonna kind of fall together, but that remains to be seen. But from reading the report, I think they will. And then we'll have questions from the board, and then we'll make a decision as to what we're going to do. So here's the notice. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as a local licensing authority, has scheduled a show cause hearing to determine if the annual all alcoholic pouring license held by Yarmouth Lodge, 769 Route 28, South Yarmouth, Mass, Eric Jocelyn, manager of record, and William McNamara, acting manager, and I'll explain that in a minute. Should be modified, suspended, or revoked under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 138, Sections 12, 7A, 23, and 27, and Section 1.01, 1.07, and 1.09 of the Rules and Regulations, Chapter 155 of the Yarmouth Town Code. The hearing will be held on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, in the hearing room at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Board of Selectmen meeting begins at 6 o'clock. Okay, so anybody that's going to give testimony in this matter, stand and raise your right hand. Swear that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Yes, I do.
So a record will reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. I am going to use my own marked up copy of this report. So this is it's a report of Sergeant Thomas Hennessy of the Yarmouth Police Department. It's dated January 20th of 2022, and it's addressed to me. My understanding is that in the packet you received from the town, you got a copy of this report, correct?
I'm not sure.
First of all,
I don't think so.
we never got a complaint.
You don't have to get a complaint. You get
I never
a
got
notice.
I never got a notice.
Okay, so let's stop there.
Okay. I do know about this because I've met with Sergeant Hennessy about this and the
I
facts.
understand that, and that's recited in the report, but
Yes.
let me, so you're telling me you never got any notice of this hearing from the
No,
town?
no.
On the 24th, we got a notice in the mail. We never got a certified letter.
What did you get in the mail?
A big envelope with that stating the hearing is today and all that.
Okay,
Yes, that's what we got.
We didn't even know why.
all right, so let me,
Originally, we didn't even know why. We thought it stopped with Officer Hennessy because this was something that had happened anonymously, as it states in the report.
yeah, all right, so this should have been, you want to give this to them? This should have been the packet you received in the mail. I think that's the one you gave me earlier. No. We're gonna talk about this issue for a minute.
This is the packet that we got on or about February
24th.
24th.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
And today is
now what, and I'm gonna have the town administrator talk about that.
Okay.
What was in the certified packet was the same documents.
we never got a certified packet.
Doesn't matter. You got the information
Oh, okay.
in the non-certified letter. I'm gonna ask the town administrator to give us a quick report on what the licensing file shows about notice.
Okay.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, the certified mail notice was mailed out on February 11, and the town has the initial certified mail receipt for that. We had not received the green card back that would indicate the signing for the service. So we contacted the United States Postal Service through their tracking division, which, because we have the receipt, we tracked that receipt, and they provided a report that they had attempted to make delivery and receive a signature on February 14, 2022 at 12:20 p.m. There was no one available to sign, so they left their notice, and that the notice indicated that the mail should be picked up at the post office, and it was not picked up. No one responded to that notice.
Okay, but you also mailed it by first-class mail, postage prepaid, correct?
First-class mail in addition to the certified
Right.
mail,
And
second
you
mail.
got the first-class mail notice.
On the 20th of February, yes. Or 24th, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely.
So you were notified, whether you got it in hand or whether you got it by first-class mail or whether you got it by certified mail, you got the notice with those documents, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's all that's, and whether you claim the certified letter or not really doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you to do that. So we're going to proceed.
You want this back?
No, you can keep that if you like.
Thank you.
All right, so let me look at Sergeant Hennessy's report. Here's a report. There was an anonymous letter sent to the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, the Yarmouth Board of Health, the Yarmouth Police Department, and the Massachusetts State Police. And on December 20th at 4:23 p.m., Sergeant Hennessy went to the Moose Lodge with Officer Ambrosini and Burnham. At that time, there was just one individual attending bar. There was no manager or other employee present. And the sergeant did not feel that it was appropriate to go further at that time because nobody in a position of authority was there. And so they left. And shortly thereafter, he received a call from Ray Roy, and Mr. Roy arranged to meet him at the Moose Lodge the following morning. On 12/21 at 10:22 in the morning, the sergeant arrived with Officer Burnham, and only Mr. Roy was present. And the three of them had a meeting inside the Moose Lodge. Now the report breaks down the various topics. The first one is a raffle. And Mr. Roy acknowledges that the lodge conducted a raffle with a prize of 2 tickets to the Patriots game, along with snacks, Patriots hats, 10 Fireball whiskey nip bottles, and a case of Bud Light. The drawing was on December 18th, 2021. And Mr. Roy stated that the Moose Lodge had given similar raffles in the past. So we're going to stop there for a moment. Did I read your report accurately, Sergeant Hennessy?
You did, Mrs. Stone.
Okay. Do you have any dispute as to what the report says so far?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you agree to those facts?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go on to the next topic. There was an allegation that alcohol was given away by bartenders. I'm not going to get into all the details because Sergeant Hennessy found that was not supported. And so I don't think it's an issue for us to consider, because there's no evidence that happened. The next item was there was liquor purchased at a liquor store and brought from another establishment, which apparently was not the case. But Mr. Roy said that there was alcohol brought from Salty's Diner, which had been closed. And he brought a few unopened bottles of liquor from that location to the Moose Lodge. But again, Sergeant Hennessy found there was no evidence of liquor being purchased at a liquor store, or that liquor was being brought in from other establishments as a habitual practice. So again, Sergeant Hennessy, have I stated your report accurately on that issue?
Yes, sir, you have.
And do you have any dispute on the facts
No, none at all. I brought the liquor from Salty's because, as I told Sergeant Hennessy, I have a liquor license at Salty's.
Right.
And it's common practice between different restaurants. If you run out of a bottle of something, you bring it to another one. But he did not know, and neither did I, until you went to state lawyers, that you couldn't do that. It's something that I thought, as long as you had a liquor license, you could give it to another establishment on loan. So I thought that there was no harm, no foul in doing that, because I was closing for the season and I was just trying to help out the lodge. So
Okay.
I didn't think there was any problem. But now I know there is. You can't transfer it.
All right. So the compliance check was done, and there was no binder there containing the rules and regulations with the employee sign-offs, no alcohol policy, no crowd management checklists, no employee training certificates. Mr. Roy said there was 3 bartenders. They were all tip trained, but the sergeant had no way of verifying that. Mr. Roy said that the current manager, Mr. McNamara, was had taken the files home to clean them up, and that he was out of the country at the time. And so Sergeant Hennessy made arrangements with Mr. Roy to meet after the holidays for purposes of his inspecting the binder. And he also requested to speak to the board of directors of the Moose Lodge. Now, I'll go to Sergeant Hennessy. Did I accurately state that section of your report?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Roy, do you agree or disagree with that section of the report?
I agree. The reason Bill had the binder at home was on our computer at the lodge. He couldn't go by the template of the town, which the town wanted for there to be a set of rules. And he had to print it out from home. And when he did, he had done that, put it in the binder, but never brought it back to the lodge where it's supposed to be. But all of that is very true. But it was there when Sergeant Hennessy came afterwards to inspect.
Okay. I don't think there's any dispute that it was there afterwards. You're a little bit ahead of me, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. All right.
Follow up.
Next section, follow-up investigation. So Sergeant Hennessy says he returned to the Moose Lodge on January 13th of this year. He met with the board of directors. And prior to that meeting, you and Mr. McNamara provided him with a binder. And apparently inside that binder was a copy of the Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, a written policy on alcohol service with the employee sign-offs, crowd manager checklists, and copies of all alcohol server training certificates of the managers and servers. He specifically checked the dates of the training certificates, and all were dated prior to the date of his first contact with members of the Moose regarding the matters in this report. He wanted to meet with the board of directors because, being a private club, the Moose is essentially run by its membership. The membership selects managers to oversee operations, but ultimately the membership body is in charge. He felt it necessary to speak to them to ensure future compliance. The board was very cooperative and receptive to suggestions that Sergeant Hennessy presented. So in terms of that portion of the report, Sergeant Hennessy, did I accurately state the facts in that report?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Roy, I don't expect you to get inside Sergeant Hennessy's mind as to what his motivations were with the membership, but do you acknowledge that you met again on the 13th and provided those documents to him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So we don't have any factual disputes so far.
None.
I didn't think we would. All right, so those are those are basically the facts. They're not disputed. The potential violations are conducting a raffle without a permit. The law requires, General Laws, Chapter 271, Section A, requires that you get a permit from the town clerk for any raffles or bazaar. And the next alleged violation is a violation of the Yarmouth Licensing Authority rules and regulations, stating that no licensee or employees or agents shall encourage or permit any game or contest which involves drinking. I don't personally, we'll get back to that, but I don't think that applies because I don't think this was a game or a contest. I think it was a raffle. And so I'm going to skip over that one. But if the raffle is found to be illegal, it's a violation of the rules of the rules of the ABCC, which say that no licensee shall permit any disorder, disturbance, or illegality of any kind to take place on the licensed premises. Next alleged violation is transporting alcohol from one establishment to another under Chapter 138, Section 23. Sergeant Hennessy contacted the General Counsel of the ABCC, who stated that that's prohibited by that statute I just quoted. And the other violation is failure to keep those various documents that ended up being in the binder, keeping them at the premises, readily available for inspection.
They're supposed to be behind the bar. They are.
So at the end of the report, Sergeant Hennessy says Mr. Roy was completely cooperative throughout this investigation. He spoke openly and directly and did not attempt to hide any facts. In the instance of the potential violation of bringing alcohol from Salty's Diner to the Moose, the only evidence is his honest statement about doing so. And he says that Mr. McNamara's efforts to better organize the binder and its required content were proper. However, he should not have removed the binder from the Moose Lodge premises to do so. Based on the level of cooperation I received from the parties and from the relationships I've developed with them, I'm confident there will be a much higher level of compliance at the Yarmouth Lodge 2270 Loyal Order of Moose from this point forward. So that's basically it. The report, the facts in the report are not contested. I would say to the board that I do not believe, in terms of potential violations, I do not believe that number 2 would be a violation because I don't think a raffle involves any game or contest. But if the raffle is found to be illegal, which it is because there's no permit, it would be a violation of number 3 of the ABCC regulations. So at this point, I'm going to ask if the board has any questions that they'd like to ask Tracy. You can either, well, we can start. I don't really care. You can either address them to Mr. Roy and Mr. McNamara or to
Don't
the
really have
officer.
any specific questions. I heard what was said. I just, have we had previous violations on this license?
As far as I know, there was a health issue a COVID violation, basically, of something to do with food service.
I can tell you if you'd like.
And then there was failure to go to the
Meeting.
seminar, which they cured and did go. But what was that first one? It was a
What
health,
happened
health
was,
issue.
during COVID, the governor had a task force going out, making sure that every establishment was serving food with their alcohol.
That was it, yeah.
And what happened was, I thought because we were a club under a club license, under the state of Massachusetts, under the ABCC rules, that we did not have to serve food, which you don't have to under a club license. But they came in and said that we were in violation because the governor had sent out this task force, and they violated us right away after having 40 years of clean record. And we went and I explained our issue and what we do and what our mission was for children and older people and for the town, like, the rec department and things that we do. But instead they violated us right away, which I was very surprised. I thought they would give us some type of letter or something like that, but they didn't. They violated us. And we were closed down for roughly 3 days until I could show them a way that we were going to do everything in the future for the governor. So that was it.
Yeah, they did. It was a indefinite suspension.
Right, but I did.
And then they reinstated you rather quickly. I remember that.
And not attending was, we issued a warning, am I correct?
We did.
Okay.
And there was 5 businesses that didn't attend, and we did another makeup, and they all complied.
I mean, I look at these, as minor issues in respect that
They are compared to the.
nobody's was in danger, right? We're not serving a minor. You weren't over serving a person. And I'm wondering if some of these things, the biggest problem is, if there's a raffle violation, then he's in violation of the ABCC, which is a whole nother process he'll have to go to. Is there a way to remediate that after the fact?
The violation of the ABCC regs, we deal with.
No, okay.
We can deal with that tonight.
Is there a way to,
And then
Allow
whatever
them-
we do, they'd have a right to appeal to the ABCC.
is there a way to allow him a right to get a license after the fact, or is?
Oh, I see. Like, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
They would have to go to the town clerk and apply for one.
Is there a cost involved with those?
Yeah,
Like
there
when you
is.
do a raffle?
No, you see, you get a license for a year.
Oh, for a raffle?
You get a license for a year.
I was told that by the ABCC, it had to be for each raffle, correct?
I don't know off the top of
I
my head.
don't think that's right.
I called the ABCC on this, and it's only.
That's not the way I read the statute.
It's only for a raffle over $250.
There's, well, I think the
I believe that
ABCC
comes into the
license
recording of prizes if it's
might be
over.
different
But I
than,
think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves on disposition. I just want to know if anybody has any question on the facts or why something happened or how it happened.
Nope.
And then we'll close the public portion of the hearing and then we'll deliberate. Mark, do you have anything?
No.
Dan?
Just one question. Were you aware that raffling liquor was against the rules?
No, we were not aware of any of that. In fact, after this happened, we're going to do raffles totally different. And we did not have any idea that that was a problem. Even if it was bought by a member or whatever, it wasn't liquor from our establishment. That's something that's very important because we can only buy liquor under our license and serve to our constituents. It wasn't something that we did. It was something that someone from the outside put into a basket, and that's how it was done. But the most important thing, I think the violation is about the Patriots tickets because they were over a certain value, not about the liquor, if I'm correct.
No, it's not really the liquor per se on the Patriots tickets. It's the fact that under Chapter 271, Section 7A, you have to have a license to get a raffle. You can't do raffles without a license.
was the Moose the recipient, the benefit of that?
Yeah, what
Raffle?
happened was the raffle was done so that we could make money to send a child to Flax Pond. That's what it was for. We raised money from that raffle so that we could send a child $1,400 to Flax Pond.
Not questioning at all the
Well, she had.
merit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sergeant, are you aware is the fact of raffling and alcohol, is that covered in the training?
Mr. Horgan, Phil Magnuson trained me prior to him leaving. And in fact, just as he was fully exiting, he became aware of all the facts of this and provided me with his opinion on all of them. And his opinion, the legal opinion, was raffling alcohol fell under the town's Chapter 155, Section 107 of awarding alcohol as a prize for a game or contest. And his opinion was a raffle was some type of contest.
Thank you.
So
That's
that
all.
is why.
See, I think one thing everybody's got to understand is under that ABC regulation, if there's any illegality, it's a violation. The illegality doesn't have to relate to alcohol.
I see.
So if somebody's selling drugs,
I got you.
it's a violation of the license. If somebody's committing an assault on an employee, for example, that's a violation of the license because you're committing an illegality. It does not have to be alcohol related. It can be alcohol related. But
Only because I didn't get a license at the town level you're talking about?
I don't know. I'm not going to ask you where you got the alcohol because that could be a violation, but
No, I have, in order to do a raffle, I have to have a license from the town.
that's correct.
Okay. So that's the violation, right?
That's correct. In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Um,
I didn't know we had to get.
I read the statute today and they distinguish between raffles and what they call a bazaar. A raffle is an arrangement for raising money by the sale of tickets, certain among which, as determined by chance after the sale, entitles the holder to prizes. A bazaar is a place maintained by the sponsoring organization for disposal by means of chance of one or both of the following types of prizes: merchandise of any value, cash awards not to exceed $250 each.
I see.
And either one of them, you have to get a license and you apply to the clerk. And then the clerk sends the application to the police. And it says if the chief of police so determines, he shall endorse the application and return it to the clerk, who shall forthwith issue a permit which shall be valid for 1 year.
Okay.
So the way I read it, I don't think you have to get one every time you do it. I think you have to get a license for a year. And there's something about the fee. There's a range of what they can charge you. It's not a lot of money. And then there is, and I just throw this out. If somebody makes misrepresentations in the application, it can be a criminal offense. But where the heck was that fee? I saw it. I think it's something like, oh, here it is. A fee of $10. And then it says, but no event shall the fee be greater than $50. So somewhere between 10 and $50. So
I learn something new every day.
is Peter with us? I don't see him up there.
We lost him.
Did we lose him?
Yes.
All right. So does anyone have any other questions? All right. So I think we can move on to deliberations. Do you have any recommendation on this matter, Sergeant?
Yes, I do. Being as this is the first time I presented an investigation to the board, I'm not going to make a recommendation on penalty if you do find violation, but I am going to ask you all to take into account a few things. The first being, this came to my attention as a result of an anonymous complaint. It wasn't a result of police calls for service to the Moose Lodge. There has not been disturbances. There has not been reports of serving to minors. There has not been drunk driving arrests coming out of the Moose Lodge. The second thing I want you to consider is, as I mentioned in my report, is the level of cooperation I received. And also the fact that I've spoken and educated the entire board of directors. So it's not a single manager or two managers getting this. The entire board knows. They know what it might have been missteps in the past. I formed a relationship with them that's going to continue, and I really do believe they're going to do better in the future. So if you would please consider those facts.
So you have no insight you can provide us in terms of a penalty?
No, I'm not going to recommend. As I said, this is my first time presenting.
Okay.
And invest to you uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, I just want to make sure you have an opportunity, if you wish to, just be addressed on that. All right.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So let's look at the potential violations. And I'll start by going through them quickly. Okay, the raffle under number 1. It was done without a permit. So I think what that gets you is a violation of number 3. Basically, I respectfully disagree with Officer Magnuson. I don't know how you can say conducting a raffle is a game or a contest. I take that like a drinking game or something like that. I think that's what that language was intended. However, the bad news is if it's not a violation of number 2, it's a violation of number 3. So you can, if you wish, you could find a violation of numbers 1 and 3. And 4, bringing alcohol from, you can't do that. You clearly can't do that. And then you could make a finding of a violation of number 5 if you wished to. I'm not saying you should, but you could, because the book has to be readily available. And if it's not in the premises, it's not readily available. Then in mitigation, you've got what Sergeant Hennessy just said and what he stated in his report. He feels that Mr. Roy was very cooperative with him and answered his questions directly and honestly. And he feels that by dealing with the board of directors, he provided them with some information that and understanding that hopefully will avoid future problems. So that's what we have.
Mike, do you happen to have on you the progressive discipline policy?
I don't, because frankly, I look at the progressive discipline policy as applying to violations that have some degree of increased seriousness.
Right.
And most of their violations are really more technical stuff and, not keeping their books in order.
My question specifically is about the warning situation, because these are not, it's not progressive on that same
Correct.
thing that we could still issue warnings based on.
You could issue a warning. You could also suspend the license. You could also suspend the license and hold the suspension in abeyance for a period of time.
But there's nowhere that says we can't issue continuous warnings as long as there's.
You can do whatever you want to do. Those are guidelines. I think those are in place for honestly more substantive, somebody goes from this to serving a minor,
Right.
goes from that to serving intoxicated people, things like
Well, I'm going to
that.
make a motion. I'm going to make a motion. We find a violation of item number 1, the raffle, under Mass General Law, Chapter 271, Section 7A. I'm going to make a motion. We find a violation of number 3, the ABCC Regulation 204 CMR 2.05. I'm gonna make a motion, we find a violation bringing alcohol from one licensed establishment to another prohibited by Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Section 23. And I'm also gonna make a motion that we find a violation of not having the binder on the premises, which is a violation of Yarmouth Licensing Authority Rules Regulation, Chapter 155, Section 107S 1.09. And I'm also gonna make a motion that we issue warnings on all counts.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so before you leave, I got another matter I have to discuss with you. We approved the license transfer to you back in the summertime. The ABCC, I found out today, sent it back and sent a copy to you supposedly because there's sections of it that weren't completed of your application. Now, before you speak, if you don't have the copy, I want you to contact the town administrator's office like tomorrow. Get that information and fill it out and get it back to the ABCC because the status of your organization right now is not where it should be. You can.
I came here about 2 weeks ago. Dakota Prue had contacted me and said that it had come back.
Right.
This was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
All right.
I went the next day,
Right.
filled out all the stuff she wanted me to, and she sent it back to the ABCC.
All right, we'll check on that.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. The ABCC, for some reason, is requiring stuff that has never been required before in transferring of licensing. They're becoming harder and harder to transfer licenses. And they're making it tremendously difficult, especially at the town level. We fill out everything that is required to be able to transfer a license, then it got kicked back because he didn't put the word senior instead of junior. Just things that can be, they're very,
The names have to match 100%.
Yeah, it wasn't just that, though. There were other sections about criminal background and stuff like that that weren't filled out.
Yeah,
Apparently.
they wanted a description, but I added that when I came back.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's been hard, not that Dakota's unbelievably, I mean, she's wonderful. But when we've changed so many people in that office over the last year, we did it one way, one at the beginning, and then that got screwed up, and then we did it again. And now I think Dakota's got it under control, I think.
All right, we'll check on that. I'll talk to the town administrator about it. We'll check with Dakota.
So if there's anything else you need, we'll do it.
We know where to find you,
We got to get it done.
and we will.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that this happened, but it's stuff I never was aware of.
All right.
Appreciate it.
But now you know.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a series of committee briefings on town meeting related articles, starting off with the Community and Economic Development Committee. So we're going to ask, who's going to, you're all welcome to come up front. You know, we don't bite.
slow night that everybody wanted to come out.
Yeah. Good to see everybody.
Well, you're good to go. Good evening, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Board. Ken Smith, I'm the Chair of the Economic Development Committee.
Steve O'Neill, Vice Chair.
So we were asked to come in front of you to talk about our draft article for this year's coming town meeting. And just wanted to talk a little bit about the history of how we had been asking town meeting as far as from a funding standpoint. We just had been doing it as one lump sum based on the funding source being certainly the room occupancy tax and the restaurant meal tax. That is a formula that's been, that was decided years and years ago, back in 2006. And we were asked, after town council reviewed it, to take a hard look at, number one, looking at the funding source. That's written out, but number two, how we were going to take a look and put into different silos, which basically we had done in the past, but after the fact, not before town meeting. We had gone back and really have been using this formula right along. But this year, as we present the draft article, we had decided to put the total funding source into specific buckets, I'll call it, in specific amounts. And I'll just review them real quick, just so everybody knows. From an administration standpoint, was $40,000. Special events, which, parades, the Seaside Festival, et cetera, is $100,000, which has been the number that we've used now for, I think, the last 10 years. Marketing, $180,000. That number right there has been the number that we've used to market on an annual basis, the town of Yarmouth. It is, right now, we do have an RFP being drafted that will be sent out on April 1 with a deadline date of May 1 to respond to that $180,000 to market the town of Yarmouth. Public improvements, which is written into the funding source and represents 25% of the total funding for physical improvements to the town of Yarmouth, which meets the minimum of 20%, but does not exceed the 40% of $141,780. And then finally, for economic development projects, economic studies, reports, et cetera, of $105,342. Total appropriation that's going to be asked for at annual town meeting is $567,122. That is the most amount of money that's been available to us. Part of it is from the bump in the short-term rental tax for this year. This is, we do realize that this is going to be a one-year bump, that money is being appropriated to wastewater moving forward. But this, we felt important, and we have a lot of stuff on our plate and a lot of stuff we want to get done this coming year, and that's where the numbers end up. Steve, you have anything else you want to add? Very good.
Very good. Was there any additional background, Bob, you wanted to provide on this?
There's a couple of items that I just wanted to raise. And first and foremost, I think it's most appropriate to thank the members of the CEDC throughout this entire process, where we've been asked to review with town council some of the procedures that we use. And then we, came back and have worked with the CEDC. And I know, Bill has been in a number of meetings proposing some additional economic development work to support their mission. And I just can't tell you how impressed that I've been with the operation of the committee, the staff support that they receive, but mostly these local residents and business leaders that are totally committed to the mission. And I just think it's been a very positive process to build those relationships and work with this team. And I just would underscore the point that it is a couple of items that are a little bit different than the way we've done it in the past. And as a result of the Board of Selectmen asking us to look at the legislation along with town council and make sure our procedures are strong, the key thing was that the opinion was received that we break down the appropriations by type of project. And, I think looking at it kind of big picture, that I think that doing that is capable of enhancing a lot of the communication back and forth. So rather than just have that lump sum number that everyone, has questions about, it mentions the specific types of projects and things. And I think it's a healthy point. And so when we did raise that, I think it was determined that it would be able to implement that recommendation from town council, but in a way that's consistent with how the committee has acted in the past. And I think also there's more transparency in that approach. So I support that, and I'm very happy to see that the committee supports it. And I would say also that the amount of the appropriation I had reviewed individually before, we met with the committee, and I know there's issues associated with having a potential amendment of the enabling legislation to clarify that we are reserving some of the funds from the short-term rental to the wastewater stabilization fund. And so to clarify that point, I thought it was particularly important as we set forth the FY23 numbers. I read the statute quite clearly and applied it as it's written. And it's interesting, it hasn't always been done that way in the past. For example, there is that one provision that provides that the base of the calculation of the amount appropriated starts with a $50,000 donation, from the town. And then it says in the legislation, subject to appropriation. Doesn't mean subject to whether you want to do it or not, but it says it should be appropriated. And so to make a long story short, that to reach the 567, I included that 50,000 plus the amounts that are provided for in the legislation. And when you do that, obviously, and are including a larger base from the short-term rentals, that's why it boosted up to the 567. And I might point out, by way of context, bless you, last year it was 446,000, and going up to 567. It's a boost, but it's not fundamental. And we following that, at a minimum, the amount would be back in the 450,000 range. However, one thing I do want to point out, and this is very interesting, and I'm not sure how much we've just received some of the new information on the collection of the hotel motel excise tax exclusive of the short-term rental tax. The hotel motel tax, this past year has increased by a fair amount. And, to the extent that I anticipate, even without the short-term rental tax, that according to the statute, even as revised, that the amounts for this purpose will hit 500,000 and above that, probably within the next year. So I think what we're doing is making a just sort of re-emphasis on this fund. We're reserving the short-term rental for the wastewater, but I see the long-term prognosis of providing pretty significant resources to continue this process. And I also think that having the appropriations done by type of project, I think will help both the public, the different Board of Selectmen, other boards to understand the process better. So I'm fairly positive about some of the reform that we're doing here. And I think that I see it as helping carry forward the mission in a way that everyone can work with it.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
I'd like to go to the board. Let me start at the other end with Selectman Smith.
I think the changes that CEDC is recommending make good sense, and for town meetings purpose, outlining where the money is coming from and where it's going makes also good sense. I fully approve of what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Selectman Post.
No, I don't really have any questions. I think this is good practice. We still have pieces to work to clarify for the future. But I think we need to follow the spirit of the law. And for now, this is the way it is. And appreciate you working together with town administration to get this completed this way. And I've always been amazed how supportive every year we've never had any problem at town meeting. I think that people have seen the value in this, and it comes back to us in other ways in increasing those dollars for future years. So, thank you.
Hope so, Tracy. Thank you. Thank you.
Selectman Stone.
I agree with Mr. Smith and Selectman Post.
Mr. Horgan.
No questions. Thank you.
No, well done. Looks good.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thanks for staying here for
Well,
as long as you
appreciate your
did.
support, and I appreciate the committee coming out tonight.
Yes, thank you.
And thanks to the other committee members for being here tonight. It's always good to see you. Okay, let's move on to the next item. It's the Historic Commission. And it's.
We're looking for Article 22 in your draft.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes, Article 22.
22.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Sloan. My God.
Thank you very much.
More paper. My Lord. Thanks, George. Are you going solo tonight? You're it. You're the man. Okay. So we have tonight the Historic Commission led by Mr. George Slama. George, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the article again is what?
22.
22.
Page 26.
Okay. Very good.
And to assist us to move along, I created a few little slides that we can walk through. And the first slide.
Are these going to be on the screen for the community to see, or are these just for our purposes?
For the record, we're reading them in.
Okay. Very good.
And to your point, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the first slide, there's a listing of when the Historical Commission started the review, which was in January of 2021. And all of the research and findings of that are up on the website. So the detail is there. And similarly, the June 29th presentation of all of our research and findings, all of the detail is up on the website. So it's available to the public and obviously for posterity. And then also the January 14th memo with backup and detail for our recommendation of creating a special town seal review committee, which is what the article that we have suggested be presented at the meeting. So, so that gives you an idea of what's out there. And some night at 2 a.m. when you're having trouble reading, log in. So slide 2, let me get my cheat sheets. So at the end of the June 29th meeting, the town seal presentation, the board requested that the Historic Commission go back and deliberate and make a recommendation on whether the seal should be changed. At the time, our presentation was on the facts, on our research, and you know, the select board also asked us to make some proposed next steps. So the next slide indicates that on January 13th of this year, the Historical Commission, after deliberation, voted 5-0 in favor of changing the town seal. Research has found that the town seal contains culturally inaccurate imagery that does not reflect the life of the Wampanoag people who have a presence in Yarmouth for over 10,000 years. And if you recall, the items that we addressed were the teepee, not an appropriate means of housing here for the Eastern Indians, that would have been Plains Indians, the headdress, and the bow. Slide 3, next steps. The commission believes the culturally inaccurate imagery merits a community-wide conversation to determine how best to make corrections. Also, the commission recommends creating a special town review committee and also present an article at the April 22nd town meeting concerning the creation of such. We believe that the actions in other Commonwealth towns suggest that creating a special seal review committee and presenting an article at town meeting for approval is an action best addressed directly by the select board with support of town staff, is a best practice in gathering public input by creating a diverse group of stakeholders to gather input on this subject, which will drive the conversation, and is an aid in assessing important related issues such as budgetary impact. The proposed Town Seal Review Committee would make recommendations for actions at future town meetings. Next slide. The commission believes that the benefits of presenting an article at town meeting regarding the proposed seal review, one key area is public education. Broader exposure to the Historical Commission's research and findings on the history of the town seal and assessment of the inaccuracies of the Wampanoag cultural imagery included on the seal. Also reinforces Selectman Peter Smith's perspective that addressing this inaccurate imagery is not changing history, but correcting it. Slide 4, another key focus is it provides the board the opportunity to lead by approving this. The select board's approval of the town meeting article to create the proposed town seal review committee demonstrates a commitment to, one, appoint a diverse committee of stakeholders that includes town officials, and to provide the financial support for this endeavor in order to ensure a timely and satisfactory completion of this project. Slide 5, which I won't go into detail, but just it's informative and illustrative. It gives you a sense of two towns, Mashpee and Framingham, wherein they have incorporated this model where it consists of town employees plus volunteers. And so we have listed here Mashpee and Framingham, and have also included, which is included in our January 14th memo, what a possible proposed town seal review committee would consist of. And this I will read into the record. It would consist of 2 to 3 town officials, an administrative support person, 1 or 2 historic representatives, of which 1 should be a YHC member, a Wampanoag tribal representative, if they choose to join us, education/library representative, and a community arts/cultural representative. The summary, in February 1892, 130 years ago, the Yarmouth Select Board approved the creation of the town seal. 2 years later, the seal was affixed to the notice of the annual town meeting for 1894. The town seal has substantially remained the same for 128 years. So upon further deliberation of the findings of the subcommittee review and the belief that it is the right thing to do, on January 13th, 2022, the Historical Commission members voted 5-0 in favor of changing the town seal. And we'd like to indicate that the Historical Commission would welcome a representative role in any future action to review the town seal taken by the Select Board and/or town meeting, but we do not believe that the commission should lead this effort. Thank you. Questions?
Let me go to the board members. I'll start at the, let's see, we started that end. I'll start the other end. I'll start with Selectman. No, I think we started Selectman Horgan. Sorry, I got my signals crossed.
You're looking that way.
I know, I keep looking for Selectman Smith, but he's over there. So I'm going to start with you because we started with your colleague before last time.
All right. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the work that you've done. I agree with the sentiment. Just the question is mechanics in terms of how we get it done, whether it's through an article at town meeting or whether this board has the authority to appoint a committee by itself, or town moderator has authority to create ad hoc committees. But I appreciate the sentiments and the work that's gone on behind the scenes. And I think one thing people need to appreciate, the question of cost has come up. And I liked what I saw in terms of some of the paperwork you sent us, that one of the other towns that has gone through this process basically made the commitment to use all of the resources that the town had that had a town seal until they ran out. So we weren't just throwing things out and creating unnecessary costs for the town. We would basically use whatever stationery and other items contain the seal. I don't know if I'm wrong, but we seem to have different seals for different things here in town. And that might be something we want to look at too, in terms of just unifying that. However, I want to assure people that, we're not going to be just throwing out good paper products and whatever else that comes with the seal, that we would be doing this as frugally as possible. But thank you for the work. I look forward to the next step.
Thank you.
Selectman Stone.
Well, first of all, again, thank you for your work. I know that you put a lot of effort into this. At first, when I saw this, I said to myself, consistent with what Selectman Horgan said, maybe why can't the Board of Selectmen just appoint a committee without going to town meeting? That issue, without really going through it in detail, came to my mind. But then ultimately, you're going to have to get an appropriation, right? And I think based on the materials that I read, it was about $10,000. So now I'm of the thought that your suggestion is the way to go, because if the community is involved in it, when it comes time to ask for the appropriation, you're not going to be hearing about it for the first time, and they're going to have some thoughts as to whether they think this is a good thing to do.
And your point is spot on. There was a recent article in the Globe about the state seal review committee, which is made up totally of volunteers. Nobody from the Secretary of State's office. There's a lot of frustration there, and they have not been given a budget. So they don't know what to do, and this is languishing. And Mr. Horgan, you're referencing the email that I had back and forth with David Whedon. And I asked him that, and he offered that they're not going to throw everything out, that's not fiscally responsible. And the chicken little response is, it's going to cost us too much. Well, no, because you're not going to do this on day one. It's going to be, amortized over a number of years. So, and thank you.
Thank you. Selectman Post.
Well, I think bringing it to town meeting is fine. The only issue I have, it's almost like, I know that the Historic Commission is separate from the Town Review Committee, but it's almost like a fait accompli before we start. So, even in this article, it says the town shall review the imagery, which is fine, current town sale, to propose a new town sale and to provide a report and recommendation. I'm fine with for them to review it and providing a recommendation, but this is basically saying they have to propose a new town sale. So I think that it should be more fluid. We should let them do their work, but we shouldn't tell them what the outcome should be. That's my only comment, but.
And that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm next. First of all, George, thank you for the work that you and your committee have put into this. And I also appreciate the extent to which there's been engagement of the Wampanoag community in this as well. The outreach to Mr. Whedon, who's a selectman as well as a member of the tribal council. He's also the historic preservation officer for the tribe. I'd like to think that they'll be engaged. Should town meeting approve an article like this, that they'll be engaged. Is that your insurance as well?
Yes, and David mentioned that when I asked if there would be a representative. And he said he would ask Yarmouth tribal members that are here. And, clearly because of history and so forth, it would be their decision. But we did ask. And just, case in point, I went to one of their town seal review committees a year ago when we were starting our process and listened to them. And they asked why I was there. And I said, well, we're going through the same process. And I'm here to listen and learn. And they asked me my feedback afterwards. So that was important for me and for the town and for David, obviously. So.
Mhm. No, I appreciate that. I do appreciate also the recognition that there are, as Selectman Horgan mentioned, variations of the seal. It's almost like somewhere, somehow, there's been a certain amount of discretion allowed to make other changes which don't accurately represent what we already have. And it's almost like that we would benefit if we had some specific recommendations on how best to manage the seal. So in addition to recommending, and I too support having this be a discussion and a decision at town meeting. I think it's that important. The seal's a very precious way to sort of symbolize the town. It's incredibly important, but it also means that we need to have recommendations on how best to protect it and to sustain its integrity. And I don't know exactly what those recommendations might look like, but I do think it would be helpful for the committee to lend its advice on that. How do we go about the business of making sure that the seal, once it's been adjusted, how do we protect that and sustain that? So if someone wants to use it, is there a process that one must go to get an approval? It's like having something that's copyrighted or, patented. The protection of that intellectual property somehow needs to be examined. I hope it doesn't. I hope there's a way we can benefit from the knowledge that others have maybe developed and protecting the seal. But I do think it would be beneficial for the town selectmen as well as town meeting to have some advice or guidance if there are ways we can do a better job in protecting the integrity of a seal.
And that action item has been a focus from the first review process, and it was an additional focus in the January 14th memo that we sent backing up the article, because there's a plethora of them. And yes, it's our brand. It needs to be protected, and the Select Review Committee clearly will have that as an agenda item. That's what we have suggested.
Because I think it's a little bit unclear. I think in our charter, it specifies that the town seal, its protection comes under the jurisdiction of the town clerk.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay.
That's correct.
So it may be that there needs to be some measures or some way in which some kind of approval of any change or use has to come from at least an office of that sort. And you may want to recommend a bylaw or something else to provide some added assurance of that protection. Because I think right now there's no requirement.
And ultimately, whatever changes, if it's recommended, the bylaw needs to be changed because the description obviously is going to change. So that's the opportunity to, cover those copyright issues.
So let me ask another question. The article, as it's prepared, the Town Seal Committee, does it envision that there would be an appropriation associated with it, or do we have to modify it to add an appropriation to it?
It would have to be modified because at the time that we did the draft, we did not include that.
Are we at that point? Do we need a appropriation to establish the committee, or
No.
it's with
I
the
think it's-
committee's recommendations when they come back? I think in a future article, we'll need.
No, I think what you want to do is you want to have a budget associated with this particular project so that they can do their work and be completed.
Absolutely. And with our visioning project here, we're ahead of the game.
Right.
We've already identified what the public sees as the important characteristics of the town. However, the $10,000 that Mashpee spent was primarily with communications. You know, if you look at, you know, their request for quote, they requested 2 examples so that what this committee would need is the funds to be able to bring aboard, you know, a graphics design capability and resource. So that's the focus of the, well, maybe not to bring it totally on, but to supplement what would be available, you know, that the town could offer. So.
Well, I mean, I think it's one step at a time personally, but I mean,
Well, how are they going to, I think having design help to make a
Don't-
recommendation to town meeting.
is there anything in our budget proposed?
No, and I mean, it's a good point. I mean, that was my question tonight too. The article as submitted does not indicate any funding, although the supplemental materials say 5 to 10,000. So this article, if it were to provide 5 to 10,000, you would have to add language to do that.
So, but, and maybe I'm a little bit off from maybe the way Mashpee did it. They had their funding on the onset of the review, because I would imagine that there would be some public process in there before you expended the money on, you know, making sure everybody was on board with what we were changing it to before we did new graphics. Or is it just visual type of, you know, like preliminary visuals?
Would, you know, again, in the package, it had listed what their request for proposal was for communication help. So it was pretty detailed. And the select board authorized, and I'm paraphrasing, the committee that they had money set aside in a consulting bucket, and they could spend up to $10,000.
Right.
I would just like some check-in before we, you know what I mean, to make sure that this was something that was publicly supported before we went to that step.
I don't see any problem with that at all. I just want to make sure that the article is accurate in terms of what we're asking town meeting, exactly what we should be asking, or the historical commission is asking what it should be. Yeah, I think that provision has to be in it. But beyond that, I think the article's fine. I support the commentary, the explanation. I don't know if anybody has any questions or concerns about anything that's been written here, but I'm very comfortable with it, provided there's an appropriation to go along with it. And then there'll be a discussion from, you know, I'm sure to the town meeting, there'll be plenty of folks that will want to have something to say about this. And that's why I think it's great actually having this go to town meeting, because it deserves a broader conversation.
Absolutely.
Within the community, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody have any further comments or
I
thoughts?
made my comments on the article.
Okay.
The way I thought it changed.
Chairman Forrest?
Yes.
I don't think we need to have an appropriation right now, in the fact that we don't know if the committee is going to be approved or not. If the committee is going to be approved, they should be able to come out and start to figure out what budget they would actually need, and come back at a later time and ask for an appropriation. But if the committee is not approved, there's no need to have an appropriation at this time, in my opinion. Now, people are going to ask what it's going to cost, and we can float some guesstimate figures, but nothing, as they say, written in stone until the committee is actually approved. And if the town's feeling is they don't want to change the seal at all, obviously there would be no appropriation necessary. On the other hand, I do hope that the town does agree to make the changes, which I think would improve the town. And your comments about making sure that our seals remains consistent throughout the town is extremely important. That's my only comments.
Well, I guess I have some concerns about that, but I'm going to, George, would you like to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question would be, Mr. Rittenhour, if we don't put a placeholder now, I would assume the budget's set for 2023, and the committee would not have access money until July of 23. So is that
No,
true?
No, that's not correct. I think your next bite at the apple, if you don't appropriate funds at this town meeting, the next opportunity would be at the fall town meeting. So you'd have an opportunity to get the process rolling, come up with a hard budget, make sure that everything's approved, and come back in the fall. That's your other option.
And when would that money be available to be spent?
That would be available immediately following the town meeting. There's no lead time.
Well, does it make sense to have a provision in here to enable the committee or the town to apply for and accept grants that might be available, other funds, non-town funds? At some point, there may be grant funds available for this. Mass Historic provides funds for these kinds of things. You know, there may be some value in putting that language in there. I'll just put that out on the table. I would put it in the article because we do that with other articles that we're working on projects on. We always have standard boilerplate language that allows the Board of Selectmen to apply for, or another committee to apply for and accept grant funds that might be available for the intended purpose.
I'd make an amendment to this article as well. I'd make an amendment to it where it says to see if the town will vote to create a town seal review committee whose charge will be to review the imagery on the current town seal to
Just strike. You want to strike from 2?
well, I
through
mean,
C.
I think the goal, I just don't, I don't like that it says to propose a new town seal. It could possibly to review a potential new town seal. I don't know how you want to say it, but
To consider the feasibility of a new town seal.
it's fine with it. I'm fine with that.
Okay, would that be acceptable to the Historical Commission?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Are we okay with adding the language in to accept any grant funds that might be available?
Yeah.
Okay, let's add that in there too. Are there any other additions, modifications that we should consider? Does the board feel that we need to make a vote officially, or are we pretty comfortable with those 2 modifications as is?
I'm comfortable with them.
Okay, very good. You've got thanks for the briefing. Thanks for the update. And I'm glad we could work this out. So thank you.
Thanks for your consideration.
Appreciate it. Okay. The next group to come before us is the Community Preservation Committee. Thanks, folks, for hanging in there. It's at least it's not 11 o'clock.
And we've got Articles 23 through 26, starting on page 26.
Very good.
Good evening, all. So I'm just going to, we have 4 articles.
Okay.
For a town meeting.
We all know who you are, but for the folks at home, could you introduce yourselves?
Okay, I'm Gary Ellis, Chairman of the CPA Committee.
I'm Christine Marzigliano, Vice Chair, CPA.
Welcome.
We also have Don Marie, our administrator, with us, and Karen Green. So, all right, the first article, 24, it's something that we have to do every year to fall under the guidelines of.
Are you talking about 24 or 23?
He might have an older draft. Now it's 23
Okay.
on page 26.
Okay.
What happened, Karen? All right, so it's Article 23. and
Okay.
To see if the town will vote to appropriate the following sums of money from the FY 23 estimated annual revenues of the Yarmouth Community Preservation Act Fund as required by GL 149, Section 298 of the Acts of 2004. So the 10% appropriation goes to 3 areas, community housing, 240,000, historic preservation, 184,672, open space, 184,672, and operating expenses is 92,336. So I can go through the explanation if you want, but it's a standard article.
Does any board member want an explanation?
Just curious as to why 10% for the community housing is higher than the other two.
Karen? Karen?
When the committee was meeting to review the applications and look at the request from the Affordable Housing Trust, they had discussion around the administrative function and wanting to set aside the necessary funds for the programmatic portion of the Affordable Housing Trust. And so the difference between the two is what's attributed to the administrative side of the Affordable Housing Trust program.
In English.
Oh, on
So
second
the,
thought. No, go ahead.
different language. The Affordable Housing Trust funds, a portion of the Affordable Housing Trust request funds staff. That's the administrative portion.
Right.
The CPC committee felt strongly that the 10% be set aside for programmatic purposes. So the different programs that are run through the Affordable Housing Trust, the rental programs, the housing assistance programs, different grants and development projects that they issue, but they wanted the difference, the administrative portion, the staff wages, to be added on top of that 10% programmatic side.
May I ask why?
Well, because we wanted to be totally clear to the taxpayer what money's actually going to the housing trust and what money is to go towards salary of staff to administer that. There is a cost.
Thank you.
Well, it's something we have not done before, but I wanted to make it clear at town meeting. There's money associated with paying salaries of staff to administrate this program.
And not in the other two categories that are listed?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Because open space, first of all, is a volunteer committee, and historic, same thing.
Okay, thank you.
No, we don't get paid. So the next article, I guess, is 24. So.
Right.
Okay. The next one's our affordable housing project, to see if the town will vote to transfer and appropriate the following sum of money from the Community Preservation Act Fund for community housing purposes. So the affordable housing is $240,000 for the housing reserve. And that's going into our, our community housing trust. We established, how many years ago was that, Karen? We developed a trust.
There you go.
13 years ago.
So are there any questions on Article 24? Okay, let's move on to Article 25.
This one is for the historic resource projects. We have two projects here that we bundled together as we typically do as one article. So it's to see if the town will vote to transfer and appropriate the following sums of money from the Community Preservation Act Fund for historic preservation purposes. Article A is the Friends of the Ancient Cemetery to preserve and protect grave markers in the ancient cemetery from deterioration or destruction. So that amount was $17,685. And number two is from the Yarmouth Historical Committee to restore the memorial arch and water pump located at Route 6A and Summer Street. And that is $73,830.
Chris, you've got your hand up. Is that related to this article?
Yes.
Okay.
If she's on the historic marker preservation.
Yes. Actually, we were wearing masks in 2018 when we discovered the lichen and dirt that kept flying off when you were cleaning. So the masks are actually predate COVID. I think that a couple of lines on the article at town meeting do not really adequately describe what is taking place with the restoration project at the ancient cemetery. I think that you need to understand that I think this project is not just a model for Cape Cod. I think it's for the region, the state, and possibly even within this country. Because at this point, you have had a set of volunteers who have established and have worked with thousands of hours, literally, with what's going on in there. Bill Bullock from the DPW has been a leader. Lauren Gable has been amazing as a volunteer, and Melanie Barron, who's here. We now have manuals and other things that are going on that are instructing us with what's going on. But what the significant step and going forward has been, is not just the preservation, the cleaning and the preservation of these stones, but it has been the actual connection now with the Historical Society, the genealogy societies, Find a Grave, Cemetery Find nationally. And the idea is that once these stones have actually been cleaned, you're starting to actually be able to read the inscriptions on the front of them. And in lots of instances, when you're going to Cemetery Find or something, you'll find they say they died in 1713. Well, when the stone is finally cleaned, it's 1743. And in addition, then with the tie-in that's going on with the Historical Society and the genealogy, we have amazing stories now of the histories, just as we're talking about the town seal, of the families who established this town of Yarmouth, their children, their descendants, and all that is taking place because of the coordination, not just of the cleaning, but of the record keeping and the documentation and things that are going on. But it does represent thousands of hours of work that you are getting on a volunteer basis to do this. And if you drive by that cemetery now, you will see the difference that exists with it than it does with a number of the cemeteries in the state and around the, even around the Cape. I drive by cemeteries in other towns and go, oh my God, is that filthy? You know, I mean, it's just been an amazing, amazing process to go through all of that. And I think that, you know, the work that has been done is extraordinary. It is a model project. And as I said, a couple of lines on an article for town meeting really doesn't show you the kind of work that has been dedicated to and done by so many from both your town department with Bill, with the supplies and the other kinds of things that are needed to do it correctly, to the work that then our volunteers, and particularly with Laurel and Melanie, and the coordination of that, and they're tying in other organizations in the community now to support this. And I will tell you, as someone who's been involved from the beginning, we do wear our uniforms proudly because we want it known that you just don't go out to a grave and just start doing something. We've been trained, we're using the right equipment, we are professionals. But I have had experiences every single time I'm out there. There are people who walk regularly through the cemetery and stop and look at those stones and read them. The other experiences I've had now on several occasions is I have had people arrive from out of state who are looking now because they have found through some location that they are descended from someone buried in that cemetery, and they've actually traveled from out of state to come find their relative buried there. And that's the work that your volunteers and the money coming from town meeting are going to help support to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel when you make the presentation at town meeting, you know, adding slides or additional information to characterize the significance, you know, certainly, you know.
We've spent plenty of time vetting with them, going through their budget, dollar to dollar. We eliminated some stuff, had them get quotes on stuff. We're totally comfortable with the dollar value for what we're getting out of it. The thing is, you know, I guess I'll say, if you provide too much information at town meeting, you get too many questions. So she's more than welcome to speak and say whatever she wants.
It's your committee, it's your article. We're listening. That there needs to be more presented to the public. So it's probably better that it comes from you as opposed to us, I think, at this point. So
it's a great project, and we're glad to have them in town, and hopefully it continues in years to come.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree with that.
Could I just ask one question on the memorial arch? I've driven by there. Is that on private property or is that public property?
It's on state property, I believe.
It's a state right away for 6A.
So George Slimer is working on getting the permits from the state to do this.
Okay.
But it's within the right of way of the state.
Okay, thank you.
And how much is it going to cost you to get the permits from the state, George?
Really, I
the
was
70.
surprised at how little it was. Is George still here?
God bless you. Yeah.
Budgeted $500.
My God. Now talk about getting your money's worth,
I
right?
thought it was going to be 50,000.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. We get a lot of value and a lot of leveraging a lot of personal time on all of this. It's appreciated. Did that answer you?
Yes,
You satisfied?
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else on Article 25? Okay. How about going to Article 26 on the open space?
Okay, it's to see if the town will vote to transfer and appropriate the following sum of money from the Community Preservation Act for open space recreation purposes. And this is from the Friends of Bass River. This is their second request of us. It's engineering, design, and permitting for the watershed restoration project that's going on from Crab Creek back up into the pond. I don't know if any of you taken the tour. We've done that a number of times. This is a great,
It is.
great.
I've taken the tour. Have any other board members had a chance to get out there? Yeah, Dan, you have?
Peter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one-
Right. I've also been out there.
Yep. And I can guarantee that this money will leverage grant money and other funds.
I'm
So,
gonna let Rick speak on that tonight. Once I get done with
Right.
this, that was our whole point with this. Just like the drive-in site, this becomes seed money.
Yep.
To request other grants. They've done that, and I'm gonna let Rick tell you where that stands. But what we're asking for in this, up to the permitting, was another 102,500.
okay.
So Rick, if.
I mean, if you want to add a few, I think the board is
Great.
incredibly supportive of
Thank
what
you
you're
very
trying
much.
to do. And we know that this money's going to leverage a lot of grant money and state funding and federal funding. So,
Absolutely. You know, just last year alone, the amount we were awarded, we were able to basically triple the value with
Yeah.
with EPA funds. So the $100,000 we were awarded was effectively a match of the 300,000 that we received from the EPA. So we tripled it. So it's worked out really well.
yeah, no, you folks are doing great work.
Thank you very much.
Let me also say something about the committee. I think it's terrific that the committee is looking at making these kinds of investments because there are so many other projects in town that are within this space. And for Yarmouth, for your committee to, because in some towns, they would see this as a huge risk and might not be amenable to supporting it. The fact that Yarmouth is doing this, I think, is commendable. It's wonderful, in my own view, that you folks are making these kinds of investments because the state and the feds are increasingly putting aside dollars to do this kind of work. They're recognizing the value of it.
Can I add just one quick thing?
Yep.
The town of Dennis was so impressed with what this committee has done, supporting us, that they invited the Friends of Bass River to come in and apply for funds from Dennis next year to support this project.
So that would mean you're telling us that the town of Dennis would be helping on a project in Yarmouth?
We helped the
is that-
Dennis Playhouse.
Okay.
There is precedent.
That's great. No, I think, again, it speaks volumes to.
We've been trying to work with Dennis. I think I've told you, we've met with them.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying this is now we're taking that approach and now we're applying it to protecting a watershed. And I think that's wonderful too. So the legend grows, the success just continues.
That was our intent, that we.
Well, you've succeeded.
You know,
That's
we're
great.
not just a town, we're a community.
Okay, and does any board members have questions on 26? Peter? You okay?
I have no questions. Only get as much money and grant money as you can to get that done and get that fish ladder working again.
Yeah. Okay, Article 27 zoning, that's not you. I think we're done with all the community preservation. Well, it's always great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the great work. And now the last committee or group is recreation.
And they're on Article 16, page 23.
Are you going to carry the ball on this one, Robert?
I might ask if Bill wants to speak.
Bill, are you going to carry the ball on 60?
So much information there.
What article?
Article 16,
Article
this is
16
the
on page
recreation
23.
revolving fund.
Over there, that might.
Yeah, we'll have a better job hearing you if you're right in front of us.
This fund is essentially set up to assist in creating programs for recreation, essentially revolving fund in past recreation departments that I've been involved with. You're allowed to take the fees and the, that are given for the programs and then go pay the vendors and staff out of this, part-time staff. Right now, they don't have that capability to do that. And this 4453D, what happens is at the end of the year, anything over $10,000 left in the account goes back to the general fund. The other type of revolving fund requires that you renew it every single year and you have a budget for it. So this is a pretty straightforward way to allow the department to run programs and fund the programs through fees and then pay the staff and the consultants associated with that. Right now, they're not unable to do that. So if you start a program in the middle of the fiscal year, you can't start it if you haven't budgeted for it. With this, you can.
Any questions from board members?
Yeah,
Sounds like a
not
great idea. Go ahead, Peter. No?
No, not for me. I spent some time with, excuse me, with Bill, and he explained all this to me. So I'm very comfortable with what he's suggesting.
Tracy? Okay. And the latest developments on recreation are we have some staff changes, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we're very happy to announce that we recently just hired an assistant recreation director, which was planned in conjunction with the retirement of the community services director, Pat Armstrong. She actually made a big plea for that as well. And so we were able to save so much in the funding that was an existing position. It was empty. We were able to fill that with a highly skilled candidate that comes to us from the town of Falmouth, actually, and had a lot of experience in the municipal recreation field. So, I would say both of these initiatives, in addition to some of our work on the capital improvements, comes from a lot of, Bill's leadership, and we both met with the recreation committee, stemming back to kind of his first days on, and spent some time with Amy Howell, and just, we went through all of the issues that they've been facing, problems with delivering programs, problems with having the director responsible for every aspect of the administration. And, with some solid feedback from both the commission and the department head, we came up with this, it's kind of a series of improvements to, number one, improve their staff and their ability to develop and oversee some programs, to improve their participation in planning for some of the capital improvements that will support the recreation programs. And I think that this last financing piece is a critical element. And I would also point out that we're one of the last communities left in the Commonwealth that do the old offset receipt system that just takes the gross amount of last year's receipts and sets it in a set aside. This is a positive approach that the Department of Revenue recommends, and it's the statute that's specifically set up for supporting recreation and parks programs, and they have a whole state model for it. And I think it'll give them a lot more flexibility, but as Bill indicates, it's a short leash. You have to use the funds for this year's programs. You can't jack up the fees and save money, because anything over 10,000 has to be returned. So I think it's got built-in checks and balances with it, but the staff and the commission, and working with Bill, I think you're going to see some real positive changes, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I just think from a management perspective, having this fund will make it less stressful. Don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I also want to acknowledge Ed Centio as well. He was on our team to
And he helped.
analyze this and put it together, and he's done a great job.
Are there any more questions, comments on that particular article?
I just have one
Go ahead.
question in terms of the fees. Does that change Does the Recreation Commission then set the fees, or is it still set by this board?
That's an interesting question. It does not confer any ability. It allows the town to set fees. If we have a system that the Board of Selectmen approves the recreation fees, I think that should continue. So the statute itself doesn't
It's just
make
for the
it so.
fund.
It's
Okay.
just for how, when those fees are set through our normal fee process, it's how they're accounted for, how they're used.
That's great. That's good. Okay, anything else on recreation?
Well, the only comment I'll make is I was on the rec commission for about 20 years and I was chairman most of that time. And we had made several efforts to get a revolving fund, but at the time, the administration was dead set against it. They didn't want any departments to have carryover funds. And that's why we managed all these years with the offset receipt account. So I'm glad to hear that this is recommended by DOR. And I think that's an important factor because I'm sure they look very closely at these funds and how they handle this. You kind of implied they can be manipulated. And that's the thing you have to watch out for by artificially monkeying with the fees and so forth. But I think from a management standpoint, as Mark pointed out, I think it creates a lot of flexibility, a lot of predictability, and you can plan things better when you know that you do have this carryover capability.
Very good. Anything else on recreation? I think we're all set at this point. That's great. The next item is town council search discussion, possible vote. So we've got this on the agenda. It might be helpful just to have a discussion in terms of how the board wants to proceed in terms of process. I didn't come to this topic with any preconceived ideas in terms of how we should approach this question. It's wide open.
You're looking for a recommendation or a vote?
Well, I think, yeah, I think I'm just putting it out there. Some may have, a specific process in mind. I mean, but
This would be the recommendation, though, for us to enter into negotiations. Is that correct? I mean, because we're going to
I
be.
think so.
It would
Yeah.
be a new contract, right?
Right. And I don't think we had a contract with the, see, here's something, let's talk about process for just a moment. One is, it's customary for most municipalities to enter into a contract for a period of time. The town of Natick, for example, which has been referenced, they go into a contract and procure for a year. And they do this, they do an RFP every year. There are other towns that will go for a bit longer, 2 years, 3 years. I think in the current situation, we did not have any term period. And I'm not even sure if there was ultimately a contract.
I think there was. I think originally there was, and then there was an option to continue. Because I remember when when there was a letter for, I might be wrong, but I think there was at least a year.
I don't think there was a term. I think it was at will. It just continued until one party or the other was dissatisfied. I think if there was a writing, it dealt with hourly rates and what was covered in terms of the services. It's just kind of like a rental agreement. If you have a month-to-month rental, you can still have an agreement.
Right.
That specifies the obligations of each party, but it's terminable at the will of either. And I think that was kind of the situation here. We had an agreement about the services, what was covered, what wasn't covered, what the hourly rate was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't for a term certain. And furthermore, the two prior town councils, who was local lawyers, Bruce Gilmore and John Craney, who were here for many, many years before we went out of town, basically, or off Cape, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have fixed contracts.
Okay. Well, let me ask the question, does the board?
And I think a yearly contract with legal services would be almost like running for Congress. As soon as you get elected, you're campaigning for the next, it's just such a short duration.
Okay. So are you comfortable with sticking with the similar arrangement, no specific time contract, or would you want to set it up? See, let me give you a little in terms of where I'm coming from. I think it's helpful on professional services to you change auditors. It's usually recommended, every 3 years, 4 years, you do an RFP on auditing. Professional design services, in many cases, if it's a new project over a certain amount, you want to be able to do that. I do think, I have just found it's helpful to every few years make a fresh look. But I'm not wedded to that. I just think we have the opportunity now to think about that. If the board.
I think it takes a year or two for you to actually get a sense of whether or not you're happy with the services that you're getting. So
Right.
to my way of thinking, that makes sense. You want to give whatever agency it is time to get their feet on the ground and, working on all cylinders, and then, reviewing it every 3 years. That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah. Now you could suggest a 3-year contract, or you could just make it go into this knowing that within a few years you want to take another look and do another RFP. Again, I'm just putting this out there. This is if we're going to have a conversation and make a decision, now's the time to do it. Again, I'm not wedded to any of this. I just think it's worth at least talking about it for a bit. And let me see if I can get Selectman Smith. Peter, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to just give you an opportunity to chime in if you feel strongly one way or the other.
I think 1 year is frankly ridiculous to have an RFP every year. I think if you're looking at 3 to 5 years, and again, I think an open-ended makes sense, but with the understanding that every, and I think 3 years is a good term, that every 3 years there would at least be a review of it, and perhaps an RFP be put out, but definitely be reviewed every 3 years.
Okay. Anybody else?
All right, I'd like to say something about that. Legal services is a personal service contract. It's not like being an architect or an engineer, and a lot of it, it's like almost, you don't change your doctor every 3 years. You don't change your lawyer every 3 years. They're personal relationships that are important to getting the job done, to reaching understandings, to this town, as anybody knows that has been on this board for any period of time, is very complex. And the attorney's got to interact with so many people and get to know those people, get to know what their expectations are, and get to build their trust. Setting a term on a contract of 3 years. The other thing is, I think you'll dissuade applicants from applying. I wouldn't be interested in applying to be town council for 3 years. The town council that just retired from Falmouth is a professional friend of mine, Frank Duffy. 29 years. He was with the town of Falmouth as a sole practitioner, I believe. And you won't find a better lawyer than Frank, and a guy with more integrity.
I hear you.
So I'm thinking, you get a guy like that and you're going to switch him out every 3, I just think it's a bad system. I wouldn't be in favor of that. If you have a contract that is terminable at the will of either party, you can set your own policy internally that we're going to look at this, say, and I wouldn't be supporting any time period less than 5 years. However, if the person is bad news, it's just not doing a job or just can't get along with staff, you can terminate them at any time. after a year, after 6 months, after 18 months, after 24 months. So this quick turnover of attorneys, and not only that, but you have cases that can go on for many years. So you get a guy that's in the middle of a case, let's say in year 2, there's a lawsuit. It's going to take 3 years and you're going to hire another lawyer in the 3rd year to come in. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Litigation extends out for multiple years. And
No, I understand.
we've never had that kind of arrangement since I've been in this town of having a legal contract for a set number of years that I'm aware of. And we've got along fine. If we wanted to get rid of our town council, we could have done so at any time.
I don't know if we're talking so much about a contractual element as just a policy of this board as looking at something every 3
Yeah,
years.
I don't sense that the board has a desire to do a term contract. That's what I'm picking up. I just,
But even looking at it in less than 5 years, I mean, I don't think you'd want to turn lawyers over that quick. Because the new guy that comes in, or the new lady that comes in, they got their orientation period. It's going to take them a couple of years.
I understand.
And there's a lot of dead time.
Yeah, I'm not advocating a particular course. I'm just putting the topic on the table.
No, I get it.
All right, just to see if there's any strong feeling one way or the other. Okay. That
Right,
doesn't-
if I may speak, I agree with Selectman Stone that we don't want to turn over the attorney every 3 years. But I think there should be, at least an internal review, and, maybe 5 years is the correct time, at a minimum, to review, to make sure that we are happy about it, that we're concentrating on it, that we're actually looking at it, and not going, well, it's okay, but maybe some areas in the town, maybe with staff, maybe with, some of the reports we're getting out of the attorneys are not acceptable or not up to par. I think there needs to be a time to look at this. I've changed doctors after 3 years because the doctor was not doing what was necessary. If the doc is doing what's necessary, I stick with that person. And I think it should be the same for any professional that we're dealing with, and up to and including and maybe especially attorneys.
I think we should leave it to future boards.
I think we should stay away from bankers.
Yeah. Tying the hands of.
I second that, Mr. Stone.
I would not give bankers 3 days. Never mind 3 years.
There you go. Okay. I guess we're getting late here. It's okay. So I'm not I'm just advocating we have a conversation to see if there's a strong feeling by this board on any aspect of
If
this.
there's issues, you should review it. And I think that
Period.
whatever board's sitting here should have the freedom to do that.
Mhm.
We'll just leave it at that. That's the
Okay.
way it's always been.
Very good. Are there any other sort of procedural questions to go to, or contractual, before we actually talk about who our recommendation is?
My only suggestion would be that rather than stating the strengths of one firm over another and then making a motion on it, that how about if we just talk general impressions first before any motions are made? Sometimes we get locked into positions, and I'm curious as to what other positions are in, on the attorneys. I think we've got 3 good applicants. I'd like to just kind of hear where people are in terms of order and strengths or weaknesses, and
Sure.
and then look at a vote afterwards.
So you want to have a discussion about our impressions of the firms?
Maybe, I mean, if everybody's okay with that.
Is that, Mike, are you comfortable?
That's fine.
Doing that? Peter?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Tracy?
Sure. I mean, it's 9:30, so we're going to have I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, well, the sentiment of the board is to just,
That's fine. Go.
okay, so do you want to start, Selectman Horgan?
Yeah, I guess I can. As I said, I think, we got the best of the bunch that applied for the position. let's see. I think I've been candid all along that I've had some reservations with Tolman and Associates. There have been indications from me, at least, that some of the opinions have been late to the board and not as timely as we would have liked. Some of them have been confusing or,
You're gonna get that with every lawyer.
I'm sorry?
Every lawyer is confusing.
No, I don't think that's true. I think, in this particular case.
Unless you're a lawyer.
Right.
I read one opinion by that particular firm that was interpreted 3 different ways. And I hear what you're saying, that, as laymen, it can be difficult for us to perhaps fully understand a legal opinion. But I have found some of the opinions confusing and divergent, frankly. But the timing is more concerning to me, and waiting for opinions. I'm concerned about, frankly, I'm concerned about how many towns that firm is representing and how much actual attention we are getting. And we are going into an incredibly complex time with wastewater and all of the development that's going to go with that, and the planning and the zoning, not to mention the environmental changes that are coming place. So I really have enjoyed Jay and his firm. I think out of the 3, I placed them 3rd. I was, not surprisingly, I found KP Law just head and shoulders above everyone else. Their experience is extensive.
You were right the first
You were
time.
right.
No, I am, you're right. They, but you pay, but you pay what you get for, you get what you pay for. They have experience on every topic of municipal law. And I think, one of them made the point that, we don't necessarily have to go out looking for other attorneys. They can handle almost everything that the town can throw at them. And they can handle it with deep reserves of experience and expertise that, frankly, I didn't find in the other 2 firms. I found Toomey Hesse a close second, but I've seen Greg Corbo in court, and he is impressive. And he's the direct guy that is tasked with representing the town of Yarmouth. And that gives me all sense of comfort and confidence going forward in this very difficult time that Yarmouth is beginning to enter. Yes, it's more expensive. I understand that. But they have experience in our neck of the woods with our particular issues. And I just don't think you can put a price tag on that. They have attorneys that can give you opinions out of the box that are accurate and that you can depend upon. And so the second firm, Toomey Hesse, I found some of that. The firm itself had great experience, but I found the particular gentleman who was going to be assigned to Yarmouth, I didn't have as much confidence in his capacity. He was fairly new. I think when they made the presentation, he deferred to the other 2 people quite a bit rather than taking a lead, which concerned me a little bit. Mr. Corbo, on the other hand, was right up front. And I just feel that legal representation is not where you want to cut corners, because so much expense and litigation can come out of unintended consequences with poor opinions or confusing opinions that lead us down a road that we didn't want to be in the first place. So generally speaking, those are my impressions. If I had to number them, I would say KP Law, second Toomey Hesse, and then Tolman. And that's not, I have great respect for Jay and for Kate. I just feel that we need particular expertise at this time going forward that we don't have currently.
Thank you. Selectman Stone?
Well, when I look at the issue, I look at the job Jay's done, the endorsement that he's got by the people he works with within the town that were presented with various emails. I look at what we need. That lead attorney, I checked him out. He is a very good litigator. But how many cases do we have that are actually litigated? I don't think that represents most of what we do. If you look at the fee service agreement of that law firm, well, first let me back up. When we changed from hiring individual attorneys to firms, I'm pretty sure KP applied for the job as well as Jay's firm and some others. And the board at that time chose this firm. Jim Cork and I, both lawyers, were on the board, and we kind of left it up to the others, the non-lawyers, because we wanted to have them to have confidence in who was chosen. Jay was the only one at that time that gave us a specific dollar figure for his services on a retainer type basis. And guess what? He's the only one that did it this time too. If you look at KP Law's proposal and the other firm's proposal, you can tell, and it was very clear to me in interviewing these people, they don't want to deal with you on that basis. They want to deal with you on an hourly basis. I think Jay's charging us something like $180 to $185 an hour. KP Law is $230. Your legal bill is going to go way up. The other thing is, with a firm of that size, sure, they got all kinds of resources, but do you need those resources? You can always hire out specialized opinions or specialized legal services, like we did with the drive-in with Gregor McGregor, who knows more than probably any firm in the state of Massachusetts about environmental law, KP Law included. Same with litigation. Interestingly, and I don't think you can blame a lawyer for a typical result of a case. I know some people have said, well, Jay, we didn't win the school case. Interestingly, when we had the dispute with, I think it was Bay Colony, the trash removal firm, guess who advised us on the appeal? It was KP Law. Guess who lost the appeal? The town of Yarmouth. Guess who ended up paying another $400,000 plus on the judgment on interest during the appeal period? Yarmouth. Am I blaming that lawyer? No, I'm not blaming that lawyer. But KP Law is not going to win every case, and Toomey Hesse's not going to win every case, and Tallerman's not going to win every case. If a case is important enough and there's enough at stake, you might want to go out and hire a specialist to litigate that case. That would probably be good practice. These other firms, I'm going to tell you right now, they say, if you hire me, I can negotiate with you on a retainer fee arrangement. So you got to say goodbye to your prior counsel. Then you got to sit down and see if you can negotiate an agreement with the new law firm. And what if you don't? You go back to the other disgruntled prior counsel and hire him back. I mean, this is getting crazy. Why won't those firms commit to a fee arrangement similar to the fee arrangement Jay committed to? When he was interviewed the first time, he had no problem doing that. He came in, he said, look, Here's what the other thing is, if you look at Copeland, and I don't remember whether Toomey Hesse had this in their thing. Copeland says, in terms of a fee agreement, like Jay's firm has, it excludes all contested matters. All contested matters. Everything's contested. Once you go into a board hearing or an administrative hearing, it's contested. So even if you do reach a retainer agreement, it's not going to cover the breadth of services that Jay's retainer agreement is going to cover. So I think the town is in for a substantial spike in legal fees if either one of those other two firms are hired. Now, opinions. Legal opinions are just that. They're opinions. They're not guarantees. They're not written in stone. They're based on facts, assumed facts. And any lawyer that writes a significant legal opinion will say in his reply, these are the facts as I understand them. The problem with that is when you go to trial, the facts might not come out that way. And the legal opinion is based on the facts being a certain way. Everything in the law is fact sensitive. You change the fact, you can change the result of the case. Every case that's litigated involves credibility. And any judge that hears a case or any jury that hears a case can believe all of a witness's testimony, some of it or none of it. How do you know as an attorney whether a witness you find is credible is going to be accepted as credible by a judge or a jury? You don't know that. That's the big unknown. That's why cases get settled. That's why judges will tell you in mediation sessions, the best case is a settled case because it's a case you can both live with. And there's a lot of truth to that. Going to trials, rolling dice. It's very risky stuff. I don't doubt that attorney from Copeland is a very good litigator. I know he is. I checked him out. But how much of the overall services that Jay's firm is providing is litigation? How many cases have we actually had tried in the last couple of years? Very few. Most of it is directing town meeting, writing articles, dealing with zoning board of appeals decisions, advising the building inspector, advising our town administrator. That's most of what they do. So I think you're paying for something that you don't really need and you're paying a premium for it. That's my opinion. If I had hired Jay and I was an administrator and I had the power to hire or fire him based on his performance, and I use that standard in my mind, did he do anything that would cause me concern where I'd say, I want to get rid of this guy. I want to make a big change. I can't think of anything. I really can't. And as far as wastewater, his firm has written a lot of the model contracts in this state about wastewater, and he said that, and I've checked that out, and that's true as well. Jay was if you remember, he was a partner in KP Law. He was a partner in that law firm, and he left because those big firms make you work 1 million hours because you got to generate a lot of money because there's a lot of overhead. Well, guess where that money's coming from? The money's coming from the clients, and they will bill you for everything. And I think, just from a standpoint of economics, I'm not willing to put the town in what are we paying? Probably 80,000 or more for legal services.
Yeah, in that range. It's less than 100.
Huh?
It's less than 100.
Less than 100,000. It'll be way over 100,000. You'll probably go up another 30% anyway, in my opinion, if you make a change.
Thanks, Mike. Tracy, Selectman Post.
Yeah. It's funny that Mike hit on the whole performance part of it, because to me, I've been here long enough. I've seen 3 town councils, and, talking about that railroad case, and the difficulty of an understanding an opinion. We had 5 lawyers in that room with 5 different opinions of the same wording.
It's on the Bay Colony case.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we did. We had 5 lawyers that all interpreted the same thing 5 different ways. So that's not going to change regardless of who you have. Each person's going to have their own complicated opinion of the law.
The law is complicated.
Law is complicated, and it can be interpreted many different ways. So, as far as my time here, I feel like we've been represented well. I understand Dan's point about, there are things, if I felt that we had somebody who was putting us in a high liability situation, a few dollars is not, to me, worth saving. That's, you know what I mean, to get a good lawyer. But, to what Mike just said, has he put us in a position that has cost us any money in his time? And the answer is no. His opinion may be complicated, and that too, and I know exactly the situation that has sparked the interest in looking, but it's all in how you ask the question too. Sometimes you have to ask the question in different ways to get the opinion that you're looking for, and it takes time to pull that out. But to me, he's, I watch the other ones. I don't see that what they have to offer that's any different than what Jay has to offer. I think he's been steady. He's been consistent. He has not given us advice that has gotten us into a situation in his time here. So I have a hard time justifying replacing him. I think of him as an employee, and yes, if he had done us wrong or put the town in a situation that, caused a lawsuit or something, then I would think differently. But I see no justification for change at this point in time.
Okay. Selectman Smith.
I'm the new guy. I didn't see any problem with Tallerman. He got some good reviews from a number of the departments and wrote some good notes about them. Toomey and Hess, I was not so much impressed with. I think, unfortunately, I think that KP Law, given the issues that are coming up shortly with the wastewater project, that we need a very strong firm, and I was very impressed with them. I do believe that they will be more expensive than Tallerman, but as been mentioned a couple of times, we haven't had much litigation, so maybe we're not going to be looking at that. But I think their breadth of experience in terms of zoning and wastewater and the other items that they stressed when they were here are extremely important. So if I were to rate them, I do KP Law first, and Tallerman second, and Toomey Hesse in third place. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Selectman Smith. I've thought about this a lot. I don't want to look behind. I want to look ahead. And the reality is that we do have an enormous amount of work that we need to do in a host of areas, and capacity, I believe, is important. I also, if you added up all of the special counsel costs that we've had to engage in over the past year or so, where we needed outside attorneys to come in to help us wrestle with issues, particularly the drive-in site, which could have turned into a mess. I also had an issue with the school, the way the schools were handled, and I don't want to go into details on it, but I do have cases that I was very concerned about and how they were handled. And I've worked with KP before. I'll be straight up. KP was the firm that when I was in Provincetown we hired. Back then it was Copeland and Page. They've been with Provincetown ever since what, 1984, 1985. They have not changed. They've pretty much stayed with every Cape Town that has hired them. And so when I look at the firm in terms of their experience, they have significant experience on Cape issues, coastal issues, environmental issues. When I look at their capacity, they score high marks there. And quite frankly, looking ahead in terms of capacity, because we've got a lot of legal work coming up, clearly, I think if we stay the same, I think we're going to have to hire special counsel. I think we're going to have to get some more help. So I rank them in the same way that Selectman Smith has ranked them. And I would put KP Law at the top of my ranking, as well as I would not put Tallerman ranked second. I would put them third on my list. So going forward, that would be my rankings. So obviously for this to go forward, we need to have a 4/5, 4 out of 5 to move forward. I mean, if someone wants to make a motion, I know Tracy, you said you wanted to make a motion. You can. I'm open to having a motion on the floor, and I know you had indicated you'd like to do that early on. So,
Well, just to move the discussion forward, but I mean, I'd make a motion that we stick with Jay Tallerman, Tallerman Mead for town council services.
okay, is there a second?
I think you should withdraw your motion.
Okay. For what purpose?
Because if it gets a negative vote, I don't think you want that.
But you still don't have 4 votes to hire somebody else, so,
Let them make the motion.
okay. Well, there's no second anyway, so.
So, do we have another motion? So hearing none, then this discussion we're sort of at a stalemate at this point. So let's
Why
move.
don't you make a motion?
I'm not going to make a motion.
Why?
Why don't you? Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I can make a motion. I can make a motion to hire Compliment and then vote no.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all know where we're at on this. So I don't know if there's a need to press this any further. I mean, again, I can sit here and we can just be in silence and wait for somebody to do something, or we can just move on to the next item on the agenda. Because
I am amazed that nobody.
No, it's clear that we have.
Nobody will make a motion to hire Compliment when that seems to be what the three of you want to do. What's the hesitancy?
Same hesitancy that you just
Yeah,
told Tracy.
yeah,
has.
exactly.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think this was a healthy discussion. It's healthy to know where everybody's at. We're now approaching 10 o'clock. I'm comfortable moving on to board and committee actions. So next item, committee appointments. Mr. Smith, the floor is yours as the chairman of appointments.
There's one person, Miss Youngling, and I am killing time so I can get the exact committee that she's applying for our reappointment, and it's a 3-year.
Cultural Council.
I can read.
Yeah, Cape Cultural Council for a 3-year term.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reappoint Ms. Rachel Youngling as a regular member to the Mid-Cape Cultural Council for a 3-year term running through February 2025.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Is there anything else, Mr. Smith?
Nope.
Okay, we have before us on our agenda minutes for August 25th, 2020, minutes for December 14th, 2021, January 4th, 2022.
I think you just have to split out August 25 because of.
Okay, so let's just put on the table for the discussion right now, December 14th, 2021, and January 4th, 2022. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll make a motion to approve August 25th, 2020.
Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Carries. Oh, you're abstaining? Okay. Very, very good. I think that's it for the minutes. Am I wrong? Okay. The next item on the agenda has to deal with
Consent agenda.
consent agenda. Any discussion on that? Anything you want to point out, Bob? I noticed there's a fairly significant donation for fire in the amount of $10,000. That might be worth,
Kathleen Lovelet.
yeah. And obviously that's a huge thanks that goes along with accepting that donation, I would say.
Move the consent agenda.
So do I have a second?
Second.
All those in-
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
There's a nice letter go out to her.
Yes, absolutely.
How about town administrator updates?
Want to talk a little bit about the projected agenda?
We can,
Head back to that.
yeah, we'll do that after your updates. Do you have any updates?
A couple of items actually go in line with the agenda update. And I think the big thing is that the next meeting, March 15, we have a big night. That's the public hearing with the budget and the capital plan with the finance committee, capital budget committee, and the DY school district. And I just wanted to let board members know, since the last meeting, we've received all of the final numbers in from the school and also the Cape Tech Regional School. And obviously, as everyone has seen, those numbers, look very good. Like the DY Regional School budget assessment looks like it's going up about 1.3%. So that saved us a little money in, the overall budget that was originally proposed. And so I've been working with the finance team to try to make the best of that situation. And one thing that I'll be happy to present next week when we go over these materials is we've been able to reserve, rather than just spend that money on other things, enough levy capacity to fund the full $1.1 million override that was taken out of the levy budget for the roadway maintenance and placed under free cash. We've been able to take that entirely, put it back in the levy budget. And that we're hoping next year that we can make some more progress on taking chunks of the capital. But we're going to start with that full override. And I really feel good about that. I have all of the materials, copies of the votes as it was taken. And, it was really promised at that time that would become a permanent part of the levy. So I think that's a significant item. And we'll be able to go through all of the detail, hopefully, in the other items next week. Let's see. Now, I also wanted to just discuss a little bit that non-binding ballot question. So everyone's got a little packet on that. It was received with the 10 signatures, and it did meet the state guidelines, which only at this point move it to the Board of Selectmen's agenda. So the way the rules work is that the Board of Selectmen would vote as to whether that goes on the ballot or not. And then if the board declines to place it on the ballot, which you certainly may, it is not required. It's not like the 10 signatures for a town meeting article. The 10 signatures just gets it in front of the Board of Selectmen. And then you would have to have submitted it 90 days before the election to take further action on it if it's declined by the Board of Selectmen. But in this case, we see it March 1. And so that's not 90 days before the election, which is set for, I think it's May 17 or something. So if it's declined by the Selectmen, it doesn't go on, and they would have to move a different process, which would involve in a future one, just so you know, you in order to override the Board of Selectmen on a ballot question, you need
Significant number of
petition
signatures.
10%
Yeah.
of the registered voters. So and the other point I wanted to bring out is that for ballot questions generally, now we don't have any other proposed ballot questions. This would be the only one, but the board's deadline would have to be 35 days prior to the election, which your meeting, this one proposed for April 5. That's the deadline, because the following Tuesday, April 12, that would enable you to get it to the town clerk 34 days. So April 5 is going to be the deadline for any ballot questions. So I just want to keep that in mind.
Can I just ask a question on this? Does anybody have any other questions on this ballot question? What if the Board of Selectmen decided in keeping, rather than putting on a ballot question that asks the town to write a letter, more or less, which we've already done, what if we just put on the ballot our own question, which was, do the town of Yarmouth residents, does the community oppose the dumping of, just ask the question let the Yarmouth residents speak loudly and clearly that doing this is just a crazy idea.
So the Board of Selectmen.
So if we wanted to do that,
place
then
one.
what? We could put it on?
The Board of Selectmen may place a non-binding referendum on the ballot. You would need to communicate that to the town clerk not prior to, but immediately following your meeting of April 5. So it's the same deadline. And you would also require another vote to decline to place this one on. Because the 10 signatures puts this on, and it needs a yes or no vote. So if there's a different question, you'd take two actions. Number one, say decline this one because, the wording, and number two, approve the second question.
Got it.
So you certainly may do that.
So I just sort of put that out there just so that if board members have any interest in doing that, that is another option, because I think we're asking the voters to sign a non-binding question on something we've already done, right?
I think it would speak very loudly if the population of Yarmouth came out clearly
Against.
I think we should look at this and the sentiment of this, because what she was saying is that letter, yes, is for 2022, but perhaps we put a ballot, whereas we had the Cape Downwinders one time previously who did like a non-binding ballot question as well. That was supported by the people of the town by like 80. It was a huge number. I don't know anybody who thinks this is a good idea.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think it's a no-brainer, but to have something more substantive long-term maybe is what, maybe we need to petition our legislators to talk to the, well, then it's national though. That's the thing. To get the permit so that they can't. Maybe we need to make a law that they can't do this in the future. Like, this is ridiculous that we're going to have to be looking at this every single year. This shouldn't even be allowed. How are we even having this conversation? Like, why? How is this okay?
Utilities are
I
totally
know,
beyond.
but we should find a way to really try to solve the problem. And writing a letter just with our opinion isn't really strong enough. But if we can find a way to.
Well, that's what the petition is asking us to do. I do think it sends a stronger message if the Yarmouth residents vote overwhelmingly against this, calling on all legislators and members of Congress to heed the wishes of Yarmouth residents. That to me is a fairly strong message. I would agree with you. I think
Even
it's
stronger to say
Yeah.
to not ever to
Yeah.
to make the law so this is never allowed in the future in
Yeah.
the state. I mean, it just shouldn't be. Shouldn't be
Or
an
you could do
option.
both, right? So one is getting us to write more letters and the other one is to basically just say, hey, we're just dead set against this idea. So we don't have to discuss this tonight. We've got plenty of time, but I just put that out there to consider it. So we're going to have to deal with this at some point soon. And it could very well be that we deal with this and something else, or maybe we just deal with this, or maybe we decide to just be straightforward about it and get the residents on record.
Is the county taking a position on this?
I think the county has written letters. Just about every board of selectmen has actually come out with a very strong statement against this. There are very few that I'm aware of that haven't. It's pretty. I mean, on the Lower Cape, it's gotten a lot more attention and a lot more discussion. So, but thanks for the update, Bob, and thanks for giving us some feedback and insight on what we can do. So you'll be in touch with them to explain to them. Could you share with them this memo?
Yes.
Yeah, and let them know what the procedure is. It seems like they're compliant. It's up to us now to take some action. So we need to keep them posted on when we're going to take it up and maybe some sense of what we might end up doing.
And it was great to meet Irene tonight too. So
Ask him how he's.
that she was the petitioner that
Oh, yes.
spoke.
Yeah.
Did you have something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to let board members know that as we're, nearing the completion of the town meeting warrant, the budget over the next several weeks, and to get that all wrapped up, I'm already working with our team on a comprehensive public outreach program for this particular town meeting. And I know Bill and I have talked about this, a great deal that, we're gonna work with everyone and put together, a program that has all of the various elements. We hope to, involve Channel 18 and do some of the smaller videos that we've done in the past, but get YouTube involved in the Facebook. And we've got some frequently asked questions that we want to get up on some of the various platforms, use the town's website, but just coordinate it among the whole team and not just have it a side type of thing. And so if board members, as we move forward, have any additional ideas on public outreach for this town meeting, we really want to make, I think, a big deal of it. And one of the reasons, not the least of which, we're hoping very much. We saw Mr. Murphy's report this evening that now finally, we've got these COVID cases down to 6 in the community. We're hoping that trend continues and that we can enhance the confidence of local voters to come out and participate in the town meeting, to know what the issues are, and start, frankly, taking back our community and involving people in that process. And I really think that there's a whole pent-up series of outreach efforts that we're going to need to work real hard at getting people back involved in things. The newspapers won't support us. There's just, the resources. It's really going to have to be, I think, a local grassroots effort that I feel that we can do a lot in our organization to kind of lead that in the community. So I want to work on that. And I want to involve board members to the greatest extent possible. And I hope we have a big turnout for town meeting, and it's somewhat, whether we vote everything yes or everything no, it's a celebration of having the local residents control their town meeting in their town and know what's going on. So we're going to be working on that. I want to also mention everyone has received the executive summary, and we've discussed it on that notice of project change shifting to wastewater, which is always on our minds. I wanted to let you know that I have, and there's not a lot of these, but we've have some reference copies in critical places in the town that we're placing. And I want to put in the selectman's office, this is the full comprehensive wastewater management plan notice of project change. And the last comprehensive wastewater management plan was 10 years ago. And so the information in here completely updates that effort and brings it right to today, and it really serves as the basis for a lot of the decisions we're going to be making. I want to let board members know that, so you have access to it. And if anyone else wants to, they can just come in the office and it'll be a reference copy.
I'd like to take that home with me tonight and read it.
You can take it home, but you need to bring it back because it's our reference copy.
Okay,
Pass
that's
that
good.
to
How much does it cost us to get a full copy? Of
Maybe
that
we
doc-
could get it digital.
It's available digitally.
If you want to, I'm old fashioned here, old school. I have to literally read through it and put notes in it, little stickies.
Oh, you're not going to see that again, Bob.
I know.
I'll be happy to make a donation. I'll
We're
pay
going
for
to keep
it.
a reference copy in the selectman's office. So
I'll I'd be happy to pay for one. All right.
I think
Send me a
I'll
bill.
end there. I had a bunch of other items, but we don't need to talk about them right now. But lots going on, and looking forward to an awesome spring.
Can we talk real quick? Can you give us an update on that water letter that went out, and just to reassure people?
The PFAS contamination and the notice that went out to people.
Yes. Well, the first thing is I want to apologize to board members, because we had just discussed that we want to make sure that any of those anticipated notices first are sent to the Board of Selectmen, and that you receive some advance notice and discussion of those. So what had happened was I was out on vacation, and I thought the water department did a great job of putting together a nice memo discussing what the issues are, and also including that notice, and had sent it along. And I didn't see it till I got back. And so it wound up going out to members of the public before we had a chance to discuss it at the board level. And, I got together with our team and put together a system to make sure that never happens again. So I want to apologize to board members for that, because I'm absolutely certain that, you were contacted by, so many members of the public who had seen that notice before you received the explanation. And I just say that that's one thing that, that we can't have happening moving forward.
Well, I did ask Laurie in one of the meetings that I missed, and I did ask Laurie to come before the board during public comments and say something about what's going on with those notices, but I don't know if that ever happened.
Yeah.
She did?
Yeah, she was here.
Before.
That was before the next one?
And then,
Okay.
and then the
Yeah.
most, and we made an agreement at that meeting that any of these notices would come to the board before they went out.
Yeah.
And in the spirit of that, she prepared a very, very nice memo.
Yeah.
And then sent it out, to me, but I was out of town at the time. And so then it went out to the public.
So
'cause
the
they
public
have a
got-
statutory timeframe.
The public got the letter, but they didn't get the background. And I've had people ask me, should I
Right.
not drink the water? I don't think people understand what it means. So I think we need to very succinctly tell them that
Yeah.
their water is safe, or if it's not, I'm not sure if this was just a reporting issue. And
Well, unfortunately,
can you very in just a few words explain?
Well, I don't have the letter in front of me, but the issues is the water is completely safe.
Okay,
And
that's what I think people need to hear, because
Right.
they read all that, and at
Right.
the end, they're left.
in the protocol,
confused.
right, and the protocol
what I got.
typically is and tell me if I'm wrong, the protocol typically is, and this is for all water suppliers, is if there's a detect level that's above the maximum contaminant level, what's been approved by the state, then the well doesn't get used. And that's as simple as that. And then there's further testing, further sampling. Nothing gets put into the system until DEP gives a green light. And usually that means that if there's a spike, it may very well mean that's a one-time incident. But if there's a problem, then the state's going to be pushing the town into treatment. So in this case, we had 2 wells that were impacted, and those were shut down almost immediately. And then there's a plan that has to get worked out by the state in terms of when those wells can come back on. And in most cases, they have to get treatment. And
Well,
other,
I understand that
yeah.
the letter goes out is very specific to what DEP asks them to tell the people.
right.
And, but for the common person who's reading it,
Well, that's one of the reasons why in the past, when I see this stuff and I'm at a meeting, I want to make sure someone can come and explain to us in the public in English
Yeah.
exactly what's going on. The unfortunate thing is that we don't have a press that covers this stuff anymore. So you can't get something in the register to say, here's the explanation, here's the English translation of what the problem is and what's being done to remedy it. So we're really sort of stuck. It becomes a real problem. I agree with Tracy that it ends up coming to us, people saying, can I drink and that's really that's the
What
question you
happened to
get
me?
asked.
Can I
right.
drink the water? I'm
Can I
like,
drink the
"Wait,
water?
what?"
Can I drink the water? Is it okay to drink the water? Oh, I'm not going to drink the water. I just got to notice there's something in it. And so I think these postcards end up stirring up more problems than they really help people, unfortunately. But again,
And you're not
DEP
even allowed to put them in, regular English.
Exactly, yeah.
And, there was another point that Laurie brought out that I thought was interesting. With such a large number of wells that we have, if one individual well even had a slight spike in the PFAS, by the time it gets into the water system, it's so diluted from all of the other wells that it's not even close to, any exceedance levels.
Yeah, that generally does, that's an explanation I've tried elsewhere and generally doesn't work anywhere. So it really comes down to what's the contamination, where is it, am I drinking it, right?
Right.
And
So the PFAS wells, they come offline immediately.
they come offline
And
immediately.
they're tested
Right.
very regularly.
Right. You're not drinking it. Your
You're not,
water's safe.
yeah, right. But you need some reassurance that they can say that, right?
Well, I read through, we had the benefit after the fact to get the memo.
Right.
Of which the residents don't.
Right.
And so they get this form letter from the DEP, which hits the points that they need to hit, but it doesn't really tell them what they need to know. So thank
Exactly.
you.
So our next meeting is March 15th. And on the agenda is a public hearing dealing with Blue Rock, a public hearing dealing with the budget and capital, right? And also DY School District. We're also going to get a discussion on the DIF, the updated DIF. Yep, you ready for that? The
I think it's
updated
gonna
DIF?
be a long meeting.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Public hearings alone.
Is there any way to pare it down a little bit?
There's going to be a hearing on the demolition fees. So what is it that, some of the hearings I think we're locked into just by virtue of the schedule and the time. So the stuff that you can move,
But we'll try not to add anything else.
there you go.
Oh, that's a concession.
There you go. There's a concession
Maybe we
right
should
there.
Start early because it's gonna be late.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
That's not a bad
You
idea.
want to start early, 5:30?
Yeah.
Mike, how do you feel about 5:30 starting on the 15th? Okay, Peter, 5:30, okay with you?
5:30 is good, and I will make sure it's in my calendar.
That's great. Okay, good. All right. Is there any other business to come before the board? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion.
Seconded, okay. And any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So it carries unanimously, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good meeting.
Mr. Simon.
Oh,